August. This month, the Arena Community Cup is a historic tournament, and it actually has been for a couple of months previously, but this month we've seen a big boost in the prize pool, so there's actually going to be $1,500 in prize pool this month. So pretty exciting tournament as we enter this very important time, I think, in the development of the historic format, and so hopefully we'll get to see some awesome Magic today. My name is Hayu. You can find me on Twitter at Nefet. And I'm joined today by one of our newest team members in the Swagoi team, Nick Price. I was gonna name some of his accomplishments, but I don't know whether he wanted me to, reveal his top secret.
well, maybe we'll find out more about my accomplishments, but later on. But I'd rather, just talk about some Magic. I'm super excited to be here. I've played so much Historic since the bannings, and I'm just so excited to see how the format will pan out today.
Yeah, it's a great time for the format. Field of the Dead gone, banished forever into the ether, never
As it should be.
Never to shamble with a army of zombies towards us again, thank goodness. And also looking forward, Nick, we've got the Arena Qualifier weekend and the Mythic Invitational coming up in 2 weeks' time, and of course those are both historic, and they are going to be the premier events of the historic format so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're a player who's interested in competitive Magic right now, for the next maybe 3 or 4 weekends, maybe the next month or two, Historic is the most important format to be paying attention to right now. The online player in me might not want to admit that, but if you want to make the Players Tour, or the Split Championship, I guess they're calling it now, Historic is the format you need to be paying attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers today will be thinking ahead to those tournaments, thinking ahead to those weekends, and maybe trying to figure out what decks are good in the meta, what decks are going to be they should be trying to beat, and what decks they should be trying to register. And this weekend we've already had a couple of pretty big historic tournaments, and the Arena Community Cup definitely up there in terms of both sizing, prestige, and the level of competitors we get in the Mythic Society.
Yeah, this is a huge weekend for competitive Magic, as I already mentioned, and for the historic format in general. So we're off the back of some recent bannings, as well as the release of Amonkhet Remastered. So I think by the end of this weekend, we'll have a much clearer picture of who the contenders are in Historic. And, I'm sure we'll see some really cool matches along the way. The gameplay has been excellent so far.
Yeah, definitely been a lot of fun things happening in this format. All right, so just to let everyone know a little bit about today's tournament, it is, I think we had over 60 players registered, maybe 65 or so. So it is going to be 7 rounds of Swiss today. We are coming in at round number 4, so I believe the players already played 3 rounds this morning. We're going to be coming in at round number 4, and we are going to be bringing you coverage all the way from round 4 through the top 8 until we have a winner. Today, your cast is going to be myself, Nick, and we are going to be joined as well by our Swagoi team member, Brasky, Bill Grennan, later on as well. So lots of fun to look forward to. Before we get into our round 4 action, I just wanted to have a quick look with you, Nick, at the metagame of this tournament and to see what people have decided to bring.
Well, I mean, the first thing that stands out is that the Growth Spiral decks have come out in full force, and I guess that's not really a surprise given how dominant blue-green decks were in Standard. So while I do enjoy playing some Growth Spirals and Uros, I would like to see a little bit more diversity, but it looks like a lot of other decks are doing well, so I think it could be any deck could win this tournament.
Yeah, just having a look at the most popular archetypes, we've got Band Control, 12 decks, Band Control, 18% of the field. Perhaps unsurprising, since Band Control actually won the Channel Fireball. Band Control actually won the CFB Pro Showdown yesterday, which I was also covering. And then we have.
I was playing in.
Oh yeah, of course. And then we have 7 copies each of Mono Red Aggro and Sultai Midrange. Then we've got Mono Red Goblins, Gruul Aggro, Jund Sacrifice, and then a variety of 1, 2, and 3 ofs in terms of various forms of control, GPG, tempo, etc. So a pretty healthy and diverse metagame, Nick, coming into this Arena Community Cup.
Definitely. I think what some people like to do is they like to, combine Band Control and Sultai into one archetype. They, like it's the category of growth spiral decks. But in my experience, the decks do play out differently enough that I would rather look at them separately. So if you look at it like that, there really isn't a clear front runner in terms of metagame share. And, recently we've had some tournaments where the best deck has seen like something like 30 to 50% of the meta. So it's quite refreshing to see the best the most common deck being at 19% of the meta game. Like that's a pretty small number given the recent dominance of Growth Spiral, Reclamation, Teferi, So again, just so much to be excited about today.
Yeah, we are going to try and bring you a variety of those decks today. Of course, as we get up to the higher ends of the tournament, we will be focusing on those that are doing well. So I think we are close to having our first feature match lined up for you, and it's an all Swagoi party here, as we've got Swagoi team member Caroline Kavanagh, who is also often part of the coverage team here on the Mythic Society channel. Caroline's currently at 3-0 in the tournament. Caroline is on Mono Black Godfarer's Gift.
I mean, I want to say that this is just how we drew it up, but I would prefer to see more Swagoi team members in the finals, but this is going to be great, I think.
All right. Let me just check whether we're ready to head down to the feature match. Okay, so it sounds like we are almost ready to go down. Let's just get that feature match started, and we'll be ready to go down in just a second. Just a reminder to everyone who's watching, we are streaming today with a 5-minute delay. Don't want any of our competitors to feel like they'd be disadvantaged if they were in the feature match area. So it is a 5-minute delay. We will, of course, if you do have questions in chat, if you do want to interact with us, we will try and answer some of your questions, but do bear with us because it is a 5-minute delay today. All right, looks like we are just getting our feature match lined up. Caroline's opponent for this round is going to be Cole Cunningham, and Cole is on Band Control. So it's going to be Mono Black Godfarer's Gift against Band Control. Nick, how do you foresee this matchup playing out?
I'm pretty interested in seeing this game from the Mono Black Godfarer's Gift side because this is one of the sort of new decks to come out recently with the release of Amonkhet Remastered. So definitely Caroline is going to be the aggressor this game, and Supreme Phantom is going to focus on dealing with Caroline's threats and also making sure that the game doesn't come to a point where Godfarer's Gift will just take over the game.
All right. Looks like Caroline is on a Malta 6 in this game number 1. Double Stitches Supply of Fiend Artisan and Gate to the Afterlife, though. A pretty nice opening hand and milling that Godfarer's Gift as well.
Yeah. So I think that this deck can get to a point where you are casting Godfarer's Gift, but it is one of the cards that you do want to see in your graveyard, especially since you're playing all these Gate to the Afterlife.
All right. Phyrexian Tower, the draw. Nick, I'm super excited that they printed this card, Phyrexian Tower, into Historic. I think that's one of the most attractive things about Historic as a format to me, is that they can basically choose to print whatever they want from the history of Magic into the format directly, and Phyrexian Tower, one of the coolest additions.
I mean, with great power comes great responsibility, right? So I do think that Phyrexian Tower has been a very interesting inclusion in the format. I don't play much Commander, so I haven't had experience playing with or against this card that much, but my own play testing with the Phyrexian Tower decks like Sacrifice and Mono Black Godfarer's Gift, it's really showing me the power of just any 2 mana lands. Like any land that can make 2 mana, even if you have to sacrifice the creature as a cost. Like that puts you so far ahead.
It's insane. Okay, so turn number 2, Caroline. Already a Gate to the Afterlife on the battlefield. Oh, and a mill of 3 creatures with that Stitches supply, Nick. And I believe there were 3 creatures in the graveyard already. We might get to see this activation of Gate to the Afterlife on turn number 3. This is insane.
You love to see it. Like I couldn't have hoped for more in our first feature match. So, as long as nothing weird goes on, like I'm not sure if the control player is playing Tail's End, but if nothing untoward happens, we're going to see a turn 3 Godfarer's Gift.
I believe we do have some number of players who will have registered Tail's End. Let me just have a check at this deck list. There are no copies of Tail's End in Supreme Phantom's deck list. So, Godfarer's Gift on the battlefield, turn number 3, and that Fiend Artisan already looking huge. An 11 on the battlefield.
Oh,
on turn 3, and that's gonna do it.
That's so sweet. I mean, nothing to bully, nothing like a turn 3 Godfarer's Gift to bully your opponent. Am I right?
I mean, this is why we love this format here at the Mythic Society and at Sugoi Gaming. The number of things that you can do that are, kind of nothing. You cannot find this deck anywhere else. You cannot find this deck in Standard. You cannot find this deck in Pioneer or Modern. This is a historic, only his custom deck for this format, and it can be absolutely explosive.
I do think with all the formats that Wizards is maintaining now, it is great to have some decks that you can only find in that particular format. Like we're always going to see tempo decks, we're always going to see control decks, but this particular flavor of Reanimator is so much fun, and it's one of the reasons why I've been enjoying Historic.
So looking at Caroline's sideboard now. We see some Maya Tritons leaving. Are you changing a lot in your Bant matchup if you're Caroline?
So Caroline's playing a synergy deck, so she doesn't want to bring in too many spells. She wants some amount of extra discard and disruption for the opponent's control game plan, but you really don't want to take out that many creatures, because it is super essential that you have the six creatures in your graveyard to be able to fetch Godfarer's Gift.
Yeah, and just looking at the sideboard of Caroline's deck as well, there really aren't that many spells. There's some Grafdigger's Cages, I believe, but in terms of sideboard options, the designers of this deck have done very well to keep it a creature party.
That's another one of the coolest aspects of this deck. So first of all, it's a graveyard deck that does not get disrupted by Grafdigger's Cage, and moreover, it's a graveyard deck that actually gets to play Cage against other graveyard decks and not feel the effects of it.
Yeah, pretty sweet. I've definitely seen some people, on the ladder, or maybe who haven't seen Godfarer's Gift before, make the mistake of siding in Grafdigger's Cage, but it is doing stone cold nothing against the 7-mana artifact. As we go down into game number 2, let's see whether Caroline can lock it up right here, or whether Bant Control can get past the second land drop this in this particular game. Double Cryptbreaker, Thoughtseize, Fiend Artisan, and Woe Strider the draw for Caroline.
Yeah, it might have been an awkward hand for Caroline, because she started with a tap Castle Octane and 2 Phyrexian Towers, but drawing the Swamp is really going to help her push forward her game plan effectively. Just being able to Thoughtseize and play a 1-drop, that's such a sick play, to be honest.
Okay, here comes the first copy of Cryptbreaker. Over to the Bant player now, and they have Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. This is something we're kind of used to seeing now from these Bant decks. Uro coming out on turn 3 or turn 4 and getting the ramp game going?
Yeah, so the control player is going to want to play an early Uro, like hit more land drops, draw more cards, and they're going to want to trade removal spells or counter spells with the threats that Caroline is presenting. The problem with that is that when you play a 1-drop that can do so much, like Crypt Breaker, it becomes so hard to catch up with what the aggro deck or with what the God Pharaoh's gift deck is doing. And even though your counter spells or removal are trading with the upcoming threats of Caroline, like she was already able to stick the first Crypt Breaker.
And the third copy of Crypt Breaker, unfortunately, eating that sensor there out of the Bant deck. And it looks like we're going to see, as you say, Nick, the sensor trading with the third Crypt Breaker, this deck just shrugs it off. It just says, okay, here's a Phyrexian Tower. We're going to sack off this Crypt Breaker and get the Fiend Artisan going. And I just, the number of times we've seen decks like this one, fold because they have key pieces of their combo or engine countered. And I think this deck in particular is very resilient against that type of disruption.
I mean, like, look at that. I just wanted to highlight that, like, as the control player censored the third Crypt Breaker, Caroline doesn't even care about the Crypt Breakers that much. Like, she just sacrificed her second one to play a Fiend Artisan. So, I mean, I think that kind of emphasizes the strength of this deck to be able to play both an aggressive creature game while also working towards the inevitability of God Pharaoh's gift.
Yeah, and I was catching a few of these matches before we started actually broadcasting this round, and I can tell our viewers that Caroline actually managed to win a previous round against a resolved Leyline of the Void. So this deck really can do things even without the combo.
Yep. So opponents who do bring in Graveyard Hate against Caroline, like, they're gonna just die to a Crypt Breaker on turn 1 unless they have both a good mix of hate pieces, sweepers, and a way to end the game. So this deck is really good at stretching the resources, like taxing the resources of control decks. You need many different forms of interaction to be able to shut down this deck.
All right, let's see what the Bant player can do here to stem the bleeding. Couple of copies of Uro Titan of Nature's Wrath in the graveyard, and we are going to see one of them escaped right now after the cycle of that irrigated farmland.
Yeah, I mean, Uro is what you want to be doing. I think it's the first step in a recovery for the control player. We're going to have to see if that's going to be enough, because Caroline's board is already pretty impressive. But if Uruk will be followed up by something like Baffling End or another piece of removal, I think that might be the beginnings of a comeback.
Caroline just pausing in her opponent's end step, thinking about maybe the scry effect on Woe Strider, decides to go back to her own turn. Stitches supply the draw. How important are these smaller pieces of this deck, the Stitches supplies, the Maya Tritons, etc.?
So they're not the most impressive bodies when on the board, but Maya Triton and Stitcher Supply are great for the deck because they directly contribute and they directly further both parts of the deck's game plan. Like, they're zombies and they help Crypt Breaker draw cards, but they also get cards in the graveyard for the Gate to the Afterlife and God Pharaoh's gift plan. So I'm willing to give up some stats for the insane utility that these cards have.
All right, Fiend Artisan is going to activate, and we'll see what Caroline decides to tutor up here. It's going to be Ravenous Chupacabra out of the deck. Caroline tapping the first Phyrexian Tower for mana before letting it go to the legendary, the legend rule, and it's going to be an attack in with the team. Supreme Phantom down to 21 after that attack.
I mean, this is awesome. Like, it's such a perfect feature match. Like, Caroline is demonstrating to us in both games why this deck is such a powerful option. In game one, she brought out the turn three Godfarer's Gift and just completely steamrolled over the opponent. And in this game, like, she's playing more of a fair game. She even got to activate Fiend Artisan to grind out the Uro. Like, this is great.
All right, let's see what this Stitches supplier can find now. Just a copy of Lazadep Reaver and 2 lands. So, no cards in hand for Caroline, but this is going to be an attack in with the team. Fiend Artisan, of course, is a zombie. So, leaving that one back, potentially to draw a card off this Crypt Breaker.
So with the Uru out of the way, Caroline's going to be able to actually think about finishing the game. Though, I mean, I wouldn't fault her for just drawing a bunch of cards along the way, because honestly, the Crypt Breaker is one of my favorite cards simply because it can do so many things. Like, it can make a zombie. It helps you gain card advantage. But I guess Caroline's going to have to kill her opponent eventually.
Right, looks like Caroline's actually going to activate that Fiend Artisan and tutor up another creature from the deck.
Let's see what she decides to tutor out, and what she decides to sacrifice.
Cool. Chupacabra getting sacrificed. That one is going to the graveyard, but as we know, these creatures do not stay in the graveyard very long if the deck is running as it wants to.
Yeah, so I actually love this play by Caroline. It might seem weird to sacrifice a 4-drop and get a 2-drop out of your deck, but Lazadep Reaver is another creature that does double duty. It makes bodies for Priest of the Forgotten Gods if your list is playing that, and it also lets you draw more cards with Crypt Breaker. So this board state is exactly what the Godfarer's Gift deck wants to be doing when they don't have Godfarer's Gift in play.
Supreme Phantom now cycling neutralized a couple of times. We'd imagine looking for one of the multiple mass removal effects in this band control list. Looks like it's going to be Uro escaped from the graveyard this time. I'm just having a look at the list now, and I believe it's 3 copies of Wrath of God, 1 copy of Cast Out in the main deck. And yeah, so just the 4 sweepers for this particular band list. And looking down it, I believe this is actually the exact list that William Huey Jensen played last night for the End Boss Showdown in CFB Pro. Here's a baffling end, though. What are you targeting? There's so many different options.
Yeah, I could see an argument for targeting maybe 2 or 3 different creatures on Caroline's side of the board, but I do like taking away just the biggest threat.
That Fiend Artisan going away permanently, baffling end. One of those effects that
ooh, that's a great draw.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Gate to the Afterlife, a great draw here for Caroline. I believe 4 creatures in the graveyard right now, but Stitch's Supplier Milling is going to fill up the graveyard, ready for this Gate to the Afterlife to be activated, and we are on track for yet another Godfarer's Gift.
Before Caroline drew the gate, I was actually thinking that the control player could come back from this with a runner Wrath or Wrath and card advantage engine, but just getting the GPG into play when you already have a board this impressive, I'm not sure how Caroline's opponent can come back from this.
Yeah, looking at their deck list, they do have a copy of Cast Out, as well as some number of Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and Commit to Memory to maybe delay the Godfarer's Gift itself. Big attack now with the team after that Chupacabra takes down the Uro, and that's going to do it. Supreme Phantom scoops up this round number 4 match against Caroline, and Caroline is going to advance to 4-0 in this tournament.
I think everyone knew it was over the moment Caroline attacked with her Crypt Breaker. That's the I think that's the sign that the Godfarer's Gift player is enough far ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Just thinking back to that game number one, Nick, wow. The power of this deck, able to power out that GVG on turn 3, and the opponent just sat there with 2 lands, having to scoop it up. Um,
Definitely. Yeah.
Hopefully we will have to hopefully we'll get to see more of this super cool deck in action. And Nick, I also kind of wanted to point out something else about this mono black deck, which is that it's not a combo deck in the sense that you just go 1-2, here's your combo. There's actually a lot of decisions involved.
Yeah. So a lot of the creatures do several things. Crypt Breaker, you often have to decide whether you want to make a zombie, whether you want to attack with the Crypt Breaker, whether you want to tap it to draw a card. So the deck, it's not just about getting GPG into play as fast as possible. There are a lot of ways for you to outplay your opponent, even down to like deciding whether to sacrifice a creature to scry with your Roast Rider or whether you want to keep it in play to see if you draw a gate. There's just a lot of play to the deck.
All right, looks like we can bring you some more action from round number 4 here in the Mythic Society Arena Community Cup. We are going to join our secondary feature match, and it's going to be Watson against the L guy. I believe the L guy is Luca Moretti, and Watson here is playing mono green ramp.
And it looks like we've come in at an interesting time. This is a Vivien Arcbow Ranger Ultimate. We're getting a good look at Watson's sideboard here. Oh, that's not exactly what you want to see. I mean,
Vivien Arcbow Ranger Ultimate, not something that you see every day. Unfortunately, just getting a Golos and that Llanowar Visionary. Back over to the L guy, Luca Moretti, who is on bank control as well. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, I was just trying to parse what happened earlier in the game. So it looked like maybe Watson might have stumbled on lands, and just has a handful of like huge threats without the mana to cast them effectively. So we'll see if Teferi is enough to swing the advantage over to the L guy.
Well, Teferi doing Teferi things, untapping lands, leaving up that absorb for the L guy to answer the second copy of Vivien Arcbow Ranger there, although a third one waiting in hand and ready. A shock land from the vamp player, and when the control player starts shocking their lands into play, that they are generally sitting pretty comfortable. And here's Uro out of the graveyard, and a second copy of Uro as well. So
many Uros.
So many Uros, so much card draw.
Yeah, so normally the mono green player would be pretty happy to have a handful of Planeswalkers, but from what it looks like, they weren't able to get like such a huge mana advantage early in the game, so they're kind of stuck playing one big spell per turn, and like dealing with one spell per turn is exactly where the control deck wants to be, because they can budget their mana in such a way that they play a card advantage engine or their own threat while still keeping enough mana open for one counter spell.
Yeah, and that is why we have seen these banned decks be so successful over the last couple of days, both on the ladder and in tournaments this weekend. Here comes Uro attacking in for 6 now, and I just wanted to talk about this very cool land that Golos fetched, Cascading Cataract, straight out of Amonkhet Remastered.
I was going to ask you about that. Like, what do you think about the sneaky glowing 5-color land over there? I'm wondering whether it's glowing because it makes 5 colors of mana or whether it's indestructible. I'm not actually sure, but it does look cool.
I believe that's an indestructible glow. I'm not sure, but regardless, it is very, very nice. Although with Elspeth Conquers Death managing to take out Golos, that is going to do it. Watson has seen enough. And we are done that in action for round number 4. The L guy advancing in that particular matchup.
We didn't see exactly how that game played out in the early turns, but it does look like Watson was not able to get enough mana in play to overcome the wave of the fairy card draw and counter spells that the L guy was able to put up.
And it just goes to show, Nick, something that we've been talking about, or I guess a lot of streamers, writers, and people such as you and I on coverage have been thinking about is the development of this historic metagame and the different kind of philosophies that we have going on. Because we have a lot of these synergy decks, your mono black Godfarer's Gift, your mono green ramp, goblins, etc., etc. But we also have a lot of good cards list, and looking forward to the next couple of weekends, which of those philosophies do you think you're more interested in?
Well, I personally am I would describe myself as a mid-range, as a control mage trapped in a mid-range hell, and it's been that way since the printing of Growth Spiral, pretty much. Like, all I want to do is draw cards and counter things, and I'm sure like you understand that, being a blue mage yourself. But it looks like casting Growth Spirals and playing multiple lands per turn is the place you want to be.
Certainly looks that way right now. I think that's. We're just having a look at the feature matches available. I think that's going to do it for coverage from round number 4 right now. We are going to go to a quick break. After the break, our teammate Brasky will be joining me in the booth, and then after that, I'll be going away and Nick will be coming back. So the three of us will be doing a little dance all throughout this afternoon. So round number 4, we are done here. So when we come back, we'll have action from round number 5, and we hope to see you there.
Okay, see you folks later.
Mythic Society.
Reset Oil promo. It's a real.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arena Community Cup, sponsored by the Mythic Society, and, of course, with the Sogoi broadcast team joining you as well. I am the new face to the cast right now. My name is Bill Grennan. Everybody calls me Brasky. And, Hayu, I think it's safe to say that it was a very interesting match last round, or I guess the round is still going right now with Caroline Cavanaugh and that mono black gift. That was, from just my first review, that game one was pretty spicy on that match.
It was amazing to watch, Brasky. It was just I have seen this deck in action before. You know, I've seen people play it. I've seen some streamers play it, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone go turn 2, Gate to the Afterlife, turn 3, Godfarer's Gift. And if you think about the Godfarer's Gift decks of previous standards past, where the blue-white Godfarer's Gift deck I'm thinking of in particular, where the big combo was to cheat it out on turn number 4 using Refurbish. So this deck, you know, going a step better than even the dominant standard decks of previous formats.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing about seeing how much Amonkhet Remastered has kind of affected Historic and how much it's had an impact like that, because I like that it's kind of like it was just curated set of a mixture of cards from different sets put together that all have had a huge impact on this format. And especially now that Field of the Dead is dead, you can kind of see some of the spicy deck lists that have come up. And I think there's a few that we can kind of take a look at when I'm thinking about what's been getting the points so far. Obviously, Bane Control is something in there, but I'm kind of interested a little bit in both Matthew Watts and Eric Hawkins' decks in particular. Matthew Watts is thrown up with that mono green ramp, which I have to say I got a chance to take a deck like this and jump into ladder with it, and right away I could sense, when this thing gets its curve, when this thing rolls out, it's super powerful deck. And I wonder, does it have the legs to make an impact and actually make a top 8 here, or is there enough in this meta that it's going to be threatened by something else?
I think definitely it can. The decks like this, which rely on, look at it. There's 12 mana creatures, 16 if you count the Llanowar Visionaries as well. So for sure, I mean, we caught a little bit of it at the end of the previous round, where it was actually very weirdly mana screwed, but that is not typical for the deck. You have your 16 mana creatures as well as your 4 Wolfwillow Havens. So the game plan very, very strongly is to get out some of these Planeswalkers as early as a turn 2 or 3. And the power of Vivien, of Khan, of Nissa, I think can definitely match up to any of the decks in the format, including your bank controls, your Sultai mid-ranges, etc. But I will say that sometimes these decks, when they have a misstep, or say you're on the draw and you have your mana creatures swept away by an early sweeper, and you're left, at the mercy of the top of your library, sometimes they can get outpowered by your Uro decks, by your Hydrokrasis decks, which just go over the top.
Yeah, it does seem that it might have an issue with getting disrupted. It wants to just do its thing. Please don't mess with my stuff so I can do my broken stuff, please. But the second you start taking some of those mana dorks out, you start removing some of the ramp that they want, then it's just it can be that feels bad moment. I know that this is a deck that I would bring if I was playing in Historic. Why? Well, I don't have to sideboard. That's pretty much
that is a very good reason. The ability of this deck to go into its sideboard using Khan, using Vivien, and get the pieces that it needs, the disruption, the finishes, the hate cards that it needs, is very powerful. And as you say, sideboarding, one of the most complicated parts of Magic. I do not blame anybody, myself included, who would prefer not to sideboard if possible.
Of course. And I think the other deck that we can take a look at is the one that Eric Hawkins was playing, which was Rakdos Goblins, was another really, really fun deck that I took a look at from his side of things. And, mostly I love this deck just because of some of the artwork that we've seen, and some of the artwork that we've seen in both M21 and with Amonkhet Remastered. Whenever someone plays a conspicuous Snoop out into the board, I'm saying, all right, you know what? I will not I'm going to enjoy this just because of the entertainment I'm seeing on the artwork on these cards. But this is a powerful deck that can do some pretty gnarly things with the combination of things like you put Muxus and Krenko Mob Boss together. You're gonna hurt some folks, is what you're gonna do.
Absolutely. This, one of the maybe original is a strong word, but certainly one of the earlier synergy decks that have emerged in the current historic rotation. And the fact that Muxus Goblin Grandee the effect is just so powerful. Like, that card is broken, and when you can start ramping it out with Skirk Prospector, with your Phyrexian Towers and the such, games can be over in the blink of an eye, and that's why this deck has done so well in the current metagame, in the current environment as well, because it was struggling a little bit previously when Field of the Dead was around and you had a million zombies to chump block or what have you, but now the slower decks are relying less on creatures and more on mass removal, on spot removal, and that's where goblins really start to shine.
Absolutely. And so as we get ready to start up round number 5, I know at some point we'll get to our main feature. And the main feature that we're going to have is we're going to be watching Luca Moretti, who is on Bant Control. And I think if we have an opportunity to take a look at Luca's Bant Control list, we can kind of see, Bant Control seems to be the big baddie that everything else is kind of warped around. It's whether or not you're going to beat Bant Control, or if you're going to beat the decks that are trying to beat Bant Control, or if you're just going to play Bant Control yourself. And it has a lot of the usual suspects in the fact that you have Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, you've got Narset, Part of Veils, of course, Uro is in there, and then it has, some removal pieces there. You have Search for Azcanta, one of my all-time favorite Magic cards ever.
Me
and
too.
then you throw Shark Typhoon for a little win condition at the end spot. This is, overall, this is a Bant deck. We're ramping, we're countering, we're blowing stuff up. This definitely seems to have an impact on this meta. Is it simply just because of Uro, or is there just a lot of other powerful things that people have to really be mindful of?
Uro definitely is a large part of it. I would say that one of the reasons that Bant has managed to kind of come out ahead of the pack is there's two reasons really. The first, really the power of Narset, Pater of Veils. The fact that this deck can play Narset in the main and both make use of its ability and make use of the oppressive effect it can have on opponents' decks is very, very good. And a lot of times when you see these mid-range mirrors or these control mirrors, Narset is the key card above and beyond any of the other cards. Above and beyond Teferi, Uro, Hydra Krasis, anything else, Narset is the card that people are fighting over. I will say that there's not just one build of Bant Control as well. We have seen a variety of different builds. Luca's deck today is playing the full 4-sensor 4 absorb, so it's a little bit more counterspell heavy than some of the other builds we've seen. I believe there's another slightly different school of thought where you put your Elder Gargoth in the main and you load up on Shark Typhoons and you're really trying to present more pressure on the board. But Luca's chosen to go with a slightly more counterspell heavy version here as well.
Yeah, I like that. I like what I see from this list from Luca. And Luca is going to be competing against who we saw last round. He's going to go up against Caroline Kavanagh and that mono black gift deck that we saw earlier. And so when you see that the Bant Control list against mono black gift, who do you think's at the advantage initially in game 1? And is there something you see in these players' sideboards that might give them the advantage in game 2 and 3?
Well, we already saw Caroline really stomp out that match in the previous round against a similar Bant Control list. So I think in game number 1, certainly there are lots of cards in the Bant list that just don't match up well. Trading 1-for-1 with counter spells, for example, really not where you want to be against the mono black Godfarer's Gift list. Looking at the sideboard though for Luca, there are a couple of cards such as Baffling End, such as Elder Gargoth and Timely Reinforcements that can, hold back the tide. But very key, I believe, is in this matchup is that Luca's list is not running any copies of Rest in Peace. Only 3 copies of Graphic Digger's Cage in the side, 0 copies of Rest in Peace, meaning that Luca will be unable to stop the the Godfarer's Gift engine if it happens to get going.
And as we jump into the game, we see the opening hand for Luca up against Caroline Kavanagh, and we see 2 lands, a bunch of counter spells, not something you want early on. So the early mulligan, but that's a much better starting hand.
Yeah, that Aether Gust going away, having close to 0 targets in the mono black deck.
Early Stitcher Supplier out from Caroline, and now we have, I like what I see so far on the side of Luca, because you're going to have Uro out there, you have a couple of counter spells, but before you get any of those counter spells going, as we see right there's Priest of the Forgotten God, Stitcher Supplier. She's going to be able to make use of that Priest as early as next turn. This is a really good start for Caroline.
Yeah, absolutely. This 1-2 punch is exactly where this deck wants to be, and look at this Crypt Breaker now getting out under the center as well.
That is a spicy Crypt Breaker, of course. Censor is a good spell to have, but this is also just a part of it. You can cycle it, you can look for other things. I mean, Luca's going to get online starting right here, but even then it's still just going to be ramp or hold back and just try to counter whatever the next thing is going to be. But even if you're going to try and counter a spell, the Priest of the Forgotten Gods is going to give you more mana. It's going to be able to delete anything that you want, and maybe even be able to cast. That's the thing, you want to cast the biggest thing on your opponent's side, but from Caroline's perspective, even with just 2 lands on the board right there, she might be able to cast 2 spells.
Yeah, it's exactly as you say, Brasky. This deck almost seems, primed and in a very good position this weekend to really prey on these slower starts, especially in game number 1 out of these decks. And look at Luca's hand now. 2 copies of Censor, Absorb, Mystical Dispute, and none of these cards look good. None of these cards look like what you're going to need against the Godfarer's Gift deck. Like, sure, Luca might be able to counter a Gate to the Afterlife, or one of those pieces, but as we've seen, the mono black deck doesn't need the combo to win. The mono black deck can win in a variety of ways.
And you know what the Band Control deck needs to win? It needs lands. And all of a sudden we just see cycle versus cycle versus cycle, and still missing a land drop there is huge for Luca. And now you just have 2 Teferis that are just sitting there. You have Uro, which can ramp you, but you need land to do so, and you want to hold back on the Uro because you're holding back with a Absorb and Mystical Dispute, trying to prevent Caroline from really taking this game away. As you see, Gift of the Afterlife comes out, that's going to get absorbed, but you get the sense that Luke is going to start needing to draw lands and drawing them soon.
Yeah, I mean, here's a Temple Garden now, but I would have been tempted. I mean, obviously, Luca knows his deck very well and is at 4-0, but I would have been tempted to go for the Uro on the previous turn just to try and get those lands going, because you know that your deck needs to get to at least 5, if not more, and wow, this Mystical Dispute on a Crypt Breaker is kind of a desperation move in my view.
Yeah, because I mean, if Caroline could technically pay that if they wanted to, but they decide not to on that one. But yeah, you could see just Luca just desperately throwing counter spells out at everything. They have one more round of throwing a counter spell out before they can hopefully find that 5th land. But if they don't find a 5th land and find it soon, then Caroline might be able to just run away with this game. But who knows, if you get there on 5 mana and you're able to resolve a Teferi, and that can disrupt some things, that can swing the game back over to Luca's side.
Yeah, we'll see whether Caroline can do something with this 2 black mana here. Oh, here's that second copy of Gate to the Afterlife, and now, thinking back about Luca countering that Crypt Breaker, and that was almost bait, as it were, for getting this Gate resolved.
And so when you have Gate in this deck, is it strictly just primarily there to go get Godfarer's Gift, or do you really find some extra utility in the fact that you're going to be drawing a card and discarding a card and gaining some life that way too?
You 100% do get utility out. This deck really is almost a toolbox deck in that you do have these 1 or 2 orbs, your Ravenous Chupacabras, Massacre Worms, and the such. And in a lot of matchups, you are looking specifically for some creatures. You can use your Fiend Artisan to get them, but if you don't have a Fiend Artisan, the Gate loot effect is a very good way of just getting through the deck and finding those pieces you need.
And now we're looking at the side of Caroline. I'm interested to see what else is in her hand. It's the perils of not having a great spectacle in Magic Arena, because I really want to know what plays are on her side that we could see. From your perspective, if you are Luca right now, you look at the hand that you're sitting there. You got some Uros. We have a Teferi on the board right there with the possibility of throwing another one down there. How are we swinging this game? What are we going to be doing to try and prevent Caroline from taking this victory in game one?
Well, I mean, first of all, if you're Luca, you're definitely worried. You have a Teferi here of Dominaria, one of the most powerful planeswalkers ever printed. Your opponent has a large army of small creatures, and she is not even caring about attacking this Teferi in any sense, just filling up the graveyard, and that's going to do it.
That's all she wrote for game one, and that goes to Caroline Kavanaugh. And now we move to the sideboards, and we can see already dropping out some centers, bringing some other spots in. Aethergust seems to be a cut that's going to be made as well, because it serves no purpose right now. But really quick sideboard from Luca right there. I'm gonna ask you right there, if that is how do you feel about that quick sideboarding on the side?
Well, I mean, Luca's clearly played this matchup before and knows what's coming in and what's coming out. I like to see those sensors gone. I like to see, obviously, those Aethergust gone. Dovin's Veto coming in. Not, the mono black deck is 30-something creatures and 6 artifacts. But those 6 artifacts are very, very important. So I can understand that coming in. And really, this goes back to what we were talking about before the match started, Brasky, which is that Luca's deck just doesn't have the hate pieces. It does not have the Rest in Peace. And obviously, not playing black, it doesn't have the ley lines, etc., that you would want against this strategy.
And on the side of Caroline, thinking about their sideboard choices, obviously you have cards that you can bring in like Thoughtseize. There's even, Brain Maggot. There's a few other spots in there, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot to sideboard in on the side of that mono black deck. But if you were, what are you bringing in on that for this matchup?
I think you pretty much covered it, Brasky. The Thoughtseize is very key, taking out, a piece of counter magic or a mass removal effect at the right time. But otherwise, this deck is a deck that really needs to hit that critical mass of creatures. So you don't really want to be sideboarding a lot. You really only want to be bringing in those few pieces that are going to help you just a little bit while your engine gets going.
Knowing that your opponent has both Narset and Teferi, I know Caroline has a single copy of Plaguecrafter as well. Is that something you're going to bring into this matchup?
Yeah, I like the Plaguecrafter. A lot of the times in the bad deck, all they have is a Teferi or a Narset on board, and Narset actually does cause a problem for this Godfarer's Gift deck, because not only does she lock down this Crypt Breaker tap 3 ability, she's also incredibly good against Gates of the Afterlife itself. So Narset a really key card in this metagame right now, and something that the black deck does have a little bit of trouble with while it's setting up.
And speaking of Crypt Breaker, really nice start for Caroline, dropping all the way down turn 2. Crypt Breaker, then Crypt Breaker, Stitcher Supplier, tap all 3, draw a card. Really, really good start to what Caroline wants to be doing. And now looking over the side of Luca, we have our lands. Thank goodness. There's Search for Azcanta. There is Wrath of God that can sit there. Are we wrathing? Do we have the opportunity? Do we want to do Wrath of God right now?
I mean, you kind of have to, but it feels so bad, right? Caroline's already drawn a card off of these 3 creatures. Stitcher's Supplier is going to get another trigger that Caroline wants when it dies, and it puts 3 creatures in the graveyard for Gate to the Afterlife. And, you can see that Stitcher's Supplier milling over another 2 creatures, and if Luca's not careful, Caroline's going to get that Godfarer's Gift online very quickly.
Yeah, we'll see so there's the Wrath. We've cleared off the board, and now it's just a matter of what Caroline wants to do. Normally, if you're that's the cool thing about this mono black Godfarer's Gift deck. Normally, if I'm the control player and my opponent on 3 mana has put out a bunch of creatures, normally 1 Wrath of God is going to take care of that because we've exhausted them of resources. But no, we have completely wrathed out this board, and Caroline is still sitting with 7 cards in hand, ready to make another board and ready to put the pressure on again.
Yeah, I mean, Crypt Breaker, just one of the best zombies ever printed, and definitely showing its power here. And I love that about this deck in particular. I know I've gushed a lot about this deck already, so, apologies to the viewers who are going to be sick of me going on about how great it is. But Crypt Breaker was one of the key pieces in some of these standard decks, like the deck that Jerry Thompson won a Pro Tour with back in the day, and great to see it coming up here as well.
And bad for Luca to see a Fiend Artisan that's a 7/7 that comes down. Uro's going to hit the board, it's going to draw a card, it's going to gain some life, but the clock is ticking now with the Fiend Artisan and Will Strider ready to try and end this game very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Caroline, this Fiend Artisan just says, thank you for wrapping the board last turn. I'm a big boy now. And, I'm ready to rumble.
That's exactly what I see in the animation whenever you play that card. It's like this monster that's looking over its shoulder just going, hello, I'm big now. I'm about to kill you. It's like, okay, yeah, hi, this is my fun pet. It likes to eat things and kill people, and that's what it's going to do right now with the fact that Caroline's got her opponent pretty much tapped out and got 10 power on the board and hopefully some more damage coming.
Yeah, hard to not see a big attack for 10 coming over. There's the gate to the afterlife, and I think Caroline must have enough.
Gate to the afterlife. It might be the gate to victory right here.
Thank you. It might be the gate to Luca's afterlife. Here
we
comes.
tap. We have the GG coming from Luca. This might do it.
Yeah, just the power of this deck, and it just really is preying on these slower strategies right now.
And now the God Pharaoh's Grift does come out onto the board and trying to figure out. Caroline going to be looking through, figure out, okay, what are we bringing out? What's the 4/4 zombie? How am I going to close out this game right now?
Yeah, there's a few different friends, as Caroline might say herself, in the graveyard. Lazotep Reaver, a great choice because it brings that body alongside as well.
Now it looks like we might just need like a Wrath of God off the top that comes down. Glacial Fortress not going to do it. Teferi, Hero, Dominaria could come out there, but instead Lucas sees the writing on the wall and says GG, and Caroline Kavanagh continues to do some awesome things with that mono black deck, getting the victory in this matchup. And a victory, these were two of the top competitors sitting there. I think both of them were 4-0. I think they were 1-2, and now Caroline Kavanagh moves to 5-0, and Luca goes to 4-1. But man, that mono black deck, that's a spicy one. That's a good deck to see. It seems that it's set up well for the metagame that it's seeing right now.
Absolutely. This is the one key weekend for the Mono Blacklist, I think. It really is a breakout deck this weekend, and a lot of people haven't yet adapted their sideboards or adapted their even their main decks to battle this Mono Blacklist. Looking forward to the coming weeks, we're going to see probably a proliferation of Graveyard Hate pieces, Rest in Pieces, your ley lines, and also perhaps out of the red decks, more copies of Abrade and removal effects such that can actually handle this Godfarer's Gift.
Absolutely. We're going to move on to another match in this round, which is going to be between Mr. Toolshed and Supreme Phantom. Mr. Toolshed, of course, is Sean Gallagher. He's on Bant Ramp, and at the start of this round was 3-1. And I think this appears to be a better situation for a deck like a Bant. It's Bant on Bant action is what we got going on here, right? And right away we see Teferi up there, and hopefully going to be finding some more stuff from there. Hayu.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, Supreme Phantom with that Narset on the battlefield does stop Teferi from drawing extra cards this turn. And, we saw this yesterday as well in the tournaments that happened yesterday, both on MTG Arena Zone and Channel Fireball. The Narset Pater of Veils, such a key card in this current metagame, and I would say the key card in the mirror.
And so it's interesting that Sean Gallagher is playing Bant Ramp and is up against Cole Cunningham and Bant Control. It seems to me, I mean, the big difference is here the fact that Sean is running stuff, has Elder Gargaroth and has a few other spots in there. Between the two deck lists that you see, the one on the Bant Control on Cole's side and then Bant Ramp on Sean's side, which one do you think is the better one to have in this kind of quote-unquote mirror match?
Let me just take a quick look at the deck list. So Sean has the 2 copies of Elder Gargaroth, and not as many counter spells. So I think what we might see here is that if the game goes a little longer or goes on for many turns as maybe this one has, we might see Cole Cunningham's list come out slightly ahead because it does have more counter spells and it does have more cards in the main deck that are relevant in the mirror, whereas Sean, has a lot of cards such as the 4 Wrath of God and mostly just the 4 Wrath of God that are dead cards in this matchup, and you can see that here with this copy rotting away in hand for Sean.
And there's Teferi's Ageless Insight that's going to attempt to be resolved right here. But this might be one of those classic matches where people are just kind of sitting around going, all right, nope, and how about nope, and how about nope. It's going to be a whole lot of no's until finally someone gets one good card to land on the board and close the game out. And so we see, with Narset finally gone, Sean can plus Teferi and now draw cards and now find something else they want. But instead, Cast Out comes down. And it's going to eliminate that Teferi's Ageless Insight.
Yeah, Teferi's Ageless Insight, kind of a spicy one. Something that we've seen some streamers. I know Gabriel Nassif was experimenting with this card early last week, and we have seen it played a little bit. It's being described as a better Sphinx's Revelation, which is a big claim, I think. But unlike Sphinx's Revelation, can get cast out here.
Now Narset, Parter of the Veils, drops down for Mr. Toolshed. He's going to hit the minus ability, and now the game state is hung up a little bit. So what information can you deduce from that if you're Sean, knowing that you've pressed that there's some other flash spell on your opponent's side, or if you're Cade, is Cade just putting on full control and posturing that they have some sort of interaction?
This reads like a Shock Typhoon to me. But yeah, the fact that Narset wasn't countered, or there wasn't a counter battle over Narset, pretty telling that Supreme Phantom probably not a lot of permission in hand. But I mean, it could just be a full control bluff, as you say. But of course, the Castle Vantress as well on the battlefield for Cole Cunningham.
See, I would put on full control to posture that I had counters even if I wasn't playing blue. That's that third brain kind of stuff. It's like I'd be playing a Rakdos deck, but every single time my opponent plays something, I would just put on full control to act like I had some sort of interaction.
I mean, Pact of Negation is legal in this format, so never say never on the counter spells.
Now Tamiyo comes down, and I have such fond memories of Tamiyo, mostly because I'm a terrible person and played a lot of Nexus decks. But this is a planeswalker that I think has a bunch of utility, but is not normally in the discussion of like, oh, what are the go-to planeswalkers that you put in these decks? It's always like, okay, well, you want Narset and you want Teferi, and then afterwards it's like, well, you can kind of have some flexibility between some things. But whenever I see Tamiyo come down, especially later on in the game, its ability to pull stuff out of the graveyard, but also just give you the chance to search for the one card that you need. I love that planeswalker. And as we see Uro go away, we're back to kind of a sort of a, not a stalemate per se, but we're back to kind of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Parity.
Parity. I was gonna try and say Nexus again. I'm like, no, that's not a Brasky.
You've just got Nexus on the brain, Brasky. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I absolutely love Tamiyo Collector of Tales in this build. I believe Huey kind of pioneered this list last night, and the one copy of Tamiyo does do a lot of work in this grindy mirror match. one of the cards, that we keep talking about, that I keep talking about, is Narset, because it's just so important. And Tamiyo is a way of basically having the third, fourth, fifth copies of a card like Narset or a card like Elspeth Conquers Death. Cards that you don't want to put too many of in your main deck, but she's a way of finding those specific cards that you need and replaying them out of the graveyard. So if she's unchallenged, it's very, very difficult for your opponent to outgrind Tamiyo Collective Tales.
And now we get another Teferi into the hand. Elspeth Conquers Death is going to come down. It's going to resolve. It's going to take out the Teferi on the opponent's side. And just like that, I was about to ask the question, Hayu, how do you win this matchup? At what point do you go, I can't win anymore? Or what point do you say, this is how I win? But right there, you can see exiling a Teferi when your opponent is nearly tapped out. That's going to help swing the game, as Cole thought, way too far to the side of Mr. Toolshed. And now we move to the sideboard phase.
Yeah, that Elspeth Conquers Death, just the single copy in this list coming in really clutch there for Sean. Yeah, I love the sideboarding for Sean, cutting the explores. You don't really need as much ramp when you're expecting the game to go to turn 20 naturally. Tobin's Veto's coming in, and of course the Wrath's coming out, making a lot of sense to me as well.
Yeah, I like what I see. So you talk about having the one of copies of a lot of things on Sean's side, but with this type of deck, especially when when you have things like Search for Azcanta out there, when you have a lot of card draw, especially if you have a Resolve with Teferi, you have great card draw there, and then just having Castle Vantress out there too. I mean, there's a lot of 1 and 2 ofs in this deck, but you also just have a lot of ways to filter out your draws and find exactly what you need, even though you only have 1 or 2 copies of it.
Exactly, and that's really the strength of this band deck, and why it's done so well, is that it's just able to utilize all of its resources, and it doesn't have to commit as many slots to some of the hate cards as you might expect, because it's just so good at finding the things it needs.
And a quick double mulligan on the side of Sean Gallagher, and now has two lands, a Dovin's Veto, and a Prayer, and there's the third land. So even though you mulligan to 5, this is a pretty solid hand for a mull to 5.
Yeah, the Hallowed Fountain, the exact draw that Sean needed, because these 2 check lands would have been really, really awkward, but Hallowed Fountain, the perfect draw there for Sean.
And the interesting thing as well is going to be with these types of decks, when you're fighting, it's who's going to make the move first and who's going to try and set up the counters between folks. So if you're Sean, obviously already just going to cycle the Shark Typhoon, that's going to get, you're cycling for 0. So obviously we're not putting any type of pressure on. We're just like searching through our deck to find what we need. But at what point do you try to throw out this Narset right now, or are you just holding back with some of your counter spells, waiting for your opponent to tap out first?
Post-board, these mirror matches are a lot more draw-go. Sean cycling that Shark Typhoon really just belies that he needs to hit his land drops. The most important thing in the mirror is to just make sure you're playing a land every single turn, if not more than 1 land. Because the person with the mana advantage just tends to be the person who's out ahead. And you see Sean cycling this more expensive counterspell for that exact reason.
And Castle Ardenvale out on the side of Cold. Let's not discount that thing, that you have that out. It's going to be able, even if we're just going to be posturing back and forth with each other, at the very end, Castle Ardenvale just can start generating tokens and slowly but surely just start pinging away at your opponent.
Well, exactly. Some of these newer cards, like your castles, like your Shark Typhoons, are just perfect in this bad deck, because when you're against a creature deck or an aggressive deck, they keep you alive, and when you're against a control deck, your opponent sides out all or maybe close to all of their copies of Wrath of God, and you can just really play with this castle.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you just it feels like a mirror. It can feel so even, but at the same time, if your opponent just has a few better cards, you can always feel like you're on the back foot, which is I would say Sean feels like right now, because they're just trying to get something swung to their side. Meanwhile, Cole is countering spells, is cycling Shark Typhoons, is playing Growth Spirals, is ramping and doing all these other stuff. And right now, look at that. There's 8 power on the board, and this is a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, things looking really dire for Sean now. He'll be able to block one of these sharks, but it's not where you want to be. And when we saw that Narset cast last time, that was the sign really for our viewers that Sean was very far behind, because normally you do not want to be casting a Planeswalker with just 2 mana up. And yeah, that's gonna do it.
So the mulligan to 5 not beneficial for Mr. Toolshed, and we go to 1 game apiece for both these sides. Now with Sean, if you're going to be on the play instead of on the draw, is there any minor adjustments you make to this sideboard?
Yeah, there are a few cards that are a little bit better on the play than draw. Mystical Dispute, I think, something that I'm a little bit more interested in on the play, because there are some play patterns involving Growth Spiral that are more beneficial when you're on the play, but generally there's not a huge difference, because last game was very quick, but you are generally expecting the game to go a bit longer, so the play draw difference not making as much of an impact.
And now we get ready to go to game number 3 here in round 5 of the Arena Community Cup, brought to you by the Mythic Society. I'm super psyched to see where this thing goes. You would think with a Bant versus Bant matchup, we were going to be sitting here for quite some time. But I have to say, I'm a little surprised we're in game 3 already. I was expecting kind of sit back. Maybe I was going to get a hammock and kind of lay out a little bit, knowing that we're going to be here for a while. But instead, we're sitting down, and this might go a little bit quicker than I thought.
We'll see. Sean, another mulligan here for Sean. Not great, but Growth Spiral is going to do something about that. And look at this mana difference already between the 2 players.
I like the start already. We're going to see what Cole can do, and no Growth Spiral on their end, but they do get a chance to at least get to 3 mana. And again, we're just going to be posturing back and forth. Glacial Fortress, there's the 5th land on the side of Mr. Toolshed, but again, just holding back to see what your opponent's going to do.
Yeah, I really like just sitting back here, and maybe this is the grindy game that you wanted to see Brasky coming up. I just love to see Sean's focus on hitting those land drops. He's a very experienced blue-white control player, and it's kind of like one of the most fundamental lessons, I guess, of control is that when you are in these grindy situations, mana is king. It almost doesn't matter what other cards you have. It obviously does matter, but in the mirror, your hand is roughly going to be the same as your opponent's hand, right? That's just how the mirror is. And so, as in mathematically, you're likely to have similar cards. So the way that you can get an advantage over your opponent is by something like having more lands, or by something like what Sean's trying to do, which is getting out a threat that your opponent finds it difficult to deal with.
And there you go, throwing out the first Elder Gargaroth just to absorb some absorbs, really, and trying to get as many counter spells away as you possibly can. So hopefully you can resolve the next Elder Gargaroth. And you can see Narset comes down, and that is going to hit a Tail's End. Is there another counter spell on the side of Cold? Nope, they're going to let that go to the bin, and here comes the next Elder Gargaroth. Is that going to happen, or are we going to see Teferi come out?
Yeah, and this is now a debate game. You see that Supreme Phantom actually did have the neutralize, but chose not to force the Narset through with it, knowing that Sean has further threats in hand. And this is the joy of playing the control mirror for me. You can tell I'm excited because I just absolutely love the to and fro, the mind games, the bait, the switch.
And now we'll see what does Colt want to do about this Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. It's obviously a super, super powerful card. Is there something on the side of Colt that is going to immediately try and answer this? But they do see that 2 mana is up on the side of Mr. Toolshed, so they have to start thinking, does Mr. Toolshed have the Dovin's Veto? Which we know the answer to that question is yes, but now it's just all a matter of do you let something resolve, and if you do let it resolve, how do we answer it later?
Wow, yeah. Just interesting it would be interesting to see what Supreme Phantom actually has in hand right now, and not fighting over this Teferi. Potentially another Shark would mean that you don't really need to counter this Teferi, because you can just kill it next turn. And indeed did have the 5/5 shark there.
So this might be. Now this is interesting. If you're on Sean's side, hey, I got to resolve it to Fairy, but just like that, all of these Shark Typhoons are creating kind of a nuisance. That's 7 power. It's a 2-turn clock. You have to be able to find some answers to it. You do have Wrath of God and a Dovin's Veto to make sure you resolve it, but then again, you're still just on the back foot, letting Cole, dictate and have priority.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon, really huge addition to these control decks. That we see this Wrath of God, the single copy that Sean kept, and he's actually thinking about whether he needs to Wrath right now, because usually you kind of want to use your Wrath of God to delay an Uro, for example, that's escaped out the graveyard, because that not only puts pressure on your life total, but of course gives your opponent card advantage as well.
Ooh, and Commit to Memory is going to put the Wrath of God farther down in the deck, and now it's a Fairy resolves right there, and this might be all she wrote for Sean Gallagher in this game number 3.
Yeah, things looking great for Supreme Phantom, active to Fairy, and this really just comes down to the fact that Supreme Phantom had these Shark Typhoons and didn't have to use their counter spells fighting over Sean's Planeswalker.
Now it's going to see if, can we, let's resolve it to Fairy. Let's draw a card, see if we can Wrath one more time. But you see the hang up right there. It does resolve. And now we're going to see the card draw for Wrath of God, but that might also mean that you can throw that Wrath of God out and it's going to get countered.
Yeah, and Sean has to shock this Hallowed Fountain as well. Last Hail Mary here for Sean.
Does this resolve? Are we going to see just a sliver of life on the side of Mr. Toolshed, or is there an answer for this from Cole's side?
Well, I mean, the priority has been given. Oh, okay.
And there you go.
Nice.
So not totally out of it yet.
That Wrath of God resolving against the odds, I think, a little here for Sean. And now it's Teferi versus Teferi, but you see that Supreme Phantom has 5 cards in hand.
And you see right away, Mr. Toolshed puts a stop at the beginning of his turn because they're gonna scry, they're gonna filter, they're gonna find as many things as they need. But Elspeth Conquers Death is gonna get rid of Teferi. Now Narset comes down as well. That looks like it's probably gonna lock up this game.
Yeah, Narset down with that memory in the graveyard waiting to combo off with the Narset. It looks like it's going to be pretty decisive. Sean does get a redraw here, though, with this Uro. Can he find it? I don't even know what it is right now. Like his own Elspeth Conquers Death, maybe? Oh, of course, there's no redraw. Yeah,
you don't get to draw with the Narset sitting there on the table. Instead, you're just going to at least gain some life and try to figure out something to do. But now you're just going to hold back and scry with Castle Vantress going into your next turn, hopefully finding some way for you to bring this game around. But still, with Elspeth Conquers Death out there, it can bring anything out from either graveyard. So all of a sudden, next turn, that Elspeth Conquers Death can easily become an Elder Gargaroth really quickly.
This Elspeth Conquers... Yeah, I'm just trying to think whether Supreme Phantom has... whether Supreme Phantom might go for one of their own Planeswalkers just to get more value. Because value really, the name of the game here. And this Narset lock, pretty damaging for Sean's prospects in this game.
It's true. Of course, I misread Elspeth Conquers Death. You get it from your own graveyard. I had the assumption that you got it from both graveyards because, well, I just wish for something like that to happen.
I mean, Brasky, that would be an absolutely bonkers card. Elspeth Conquers Death already an absolutely bonkers card.
Listen, if we know anything about how we're designing Magic right now, I think that's the next card we can see is an Elspeth Conquers Death. Give it one more mana and add that to it, and we're calling it good.
I would play it.
I say it's balanced.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Narset and a land on the side of Mr. Toolshed. He's going to bottom both of them, still looking for some type of answer, some way to play something. Hinterland Harbor is not that answer, though.
No, and that Narset really would have been good, but Sean, the open information of the neutralize in hand for Supreme Phantom does mean that Sean needed to find something else.
Yeah.
Although,
That last neutralize is going to do the game, and Mr. Toolshed goes down to Cole Cunningham there in round number 5. But still, really interesting, as you said, Hayu, of the back and forth and the posturing that both those decks do. But at the end of the day, it just seemed like between a ramp build and a control build, control just seemed to have the upper hand, especially in game 2 and 3.
yeah, absolutely. As soon as the control list can get rid of some of the cards that are less important in the matchup and bring in some of the more specific counter spells like your Dovin's Vetoes, it becomes much, much harder, I think, if you're the person trying to tap out or trying to tap 5 mana for an Elder Gargaroth or similar to really be able to push an advantage.
Yeah, I think that it was really fun to see the back and forth between those two decks. I do wonder a little bit when I'm thinking about cards that might be good, or if you're going up against a lot of Bant, does it make sense to put something that's like a blue hate card, like a Shifting Ceratops, into these types of decks? Or is it just something it's nice to have, but it's not going to end up winning you the game most times?
I think in open deckless tournaments, it is less useful. I mean, if you're on the ladder, I think Shifting Ceratops or 2 could definitely be helpful. But, these banned lists play 4 Wrath of God, and I've seen some banned lists play up to 7 sweepers or 8 sweepers over the 75. So at that point, your Shifting Ceratops, it might be able to get in for 5 haste damage, but against these mass removal effects, it's not looking as powerful as it could be.
It's true, but we are seeing a lot of powerful decks because it's a powerful format. This ain't standard. This is historic, and this is the Arena Community Cup. And when we come back, we're going to look into round number 6. We're going to take a look at some standings and find some great decks, but we will see those in just a little bit.
Mythic Society.
Playset Moil promo to real.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arena Community Cup. We are playing historic. We are playing for up to $1,500 in prizes from the Mythic Society. And we are also going to be enjoying more matches coming up from some of the best players in this event right now. We're kind of taking a look at things, and now this time I am joined by Nick Price, as how he was going to bounce out for a little bit. Nick, we saw a lot of back and forth of Bant. We saw some more Mono Black doing its thing, and this time around we're going to get a chance to look at a couple other decks, including Rakdos Goblins and Mono Green Ramp, which is again, I'm loving the deck diversity here. There's a lot of Bant in this event, but the top decks right now, if we take a look at the standings, if I look at where the standings are and who's 4-1 and who's 5-0, there's not a lot of Bant in that top 8 and in that top 12.
Yeah, I was looking at the standings earlier, like I've been following it throughout the tournament, and it looks like a pretty diverse field at the top tables, which is really what you want to see early on. So there's really room for any deck to break out and take down the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for this one, we're going to zero in on a match that's going to be between Matthew Watts and Eric Hawkins. Eric Hawkins, we saw a little bit earlier with that Rakdos Goblins deck we went through. And then on the side of Matthew Watts, they're playing Mono Green Ramp, which I was talking with Hayu, Nick, on this one. I love this mono green deck because if it curves out, it's going to do some really broken stuff. And for a player like me, you don't have to sideboard with it. You have your cards out there, and you just know what you just have to find what you want and kind of go from there. And we're going to jump into the match here right now between Matthew Watts and Conan Hawk. We're going to be on the side of watching from Matthew's side. So the Mono Green Ramp deck comes first, and a couple of Gilded Goose are sitting out there with a Vivian. That's a nice opening hand for the Mono Green deck.
So players more familiar with the Pioneer format on Magic Online, or when we used to be allowed to play paper Magic, they'll be familiar with this Mono Green Planeswalkers deck because this version in Historic is kind of a riff off of the Pioneer version that gets to play more dorks and has a little bit more of a consistent game plan, I think, but the Historic version still looks pretty powerful. And I love that we're seeing like a sort of Pioneer-inspired deck versus a sort of Historic-only deck. That's something that we were talking about before, that Historic has a couple of decks where you can only find it in this format unless you're maybe looking at Legacy or something with Muxus. But I'm excited to see how this matchup plays out.
Boy, look at the ramp that we see right away. You Gilded Goose, you're going to destroy food, you're going to make some mana, we're going to throw Willow Haven out to ramp even further, get another Gilded Goose and a Land of War Elves out there. But on the side of Conan Hawk, you have a couple of Goblins early, and now Land of War Visionary and a Vivian Arcbow Ranger on the side of Matthew Watts. What's the play here if you're Matthew?
So the whole point of this deck really is to power out 1 or 2 or even 3 Planeswalkers as fast as you can. So it looks like Watts already has his mana under him. So looks like he's thinking about what play he wants to make. But I kind of like just slamming the 4-mana Planeswalker here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that you'll be able to defend it right now. You don't see anything on the side of Conan Hawk on the board that's going to be able to go over the top of some of these defending creatures that you have. So it might just be the play that you throw out a Vivian, maybe start putting some counters on it, and then start hopefully just getting too much of a board for anything that the Rakdos Goblins can do.
Yeah, it's possible that what Watts was thinking of was that Conan Hawk might be able to Muxus next turn if he has a land and the Muxus in hand. So it could be that Watts was thinking about using a Vivian minus to sort of punch the Skirk Prospector with a Land of War Elf, but it looks like he decided against it.
And of course, I think the most important thing that we can decide here is that Eric Hawkins, of course, rolling with the Japanese flag sleeves. Meanwhile, on the side of Watts, I'm very disappointed.
Sleeveless.
No sleeves on the deck. That's got to be at least. I think that by itself means you should start with 6 cards instead of 7 if you're not going to bring sleeves to an event like this. Come on, people.
I mean, I feel like if this player like brought Mono Green to a paper tournament, they'd have like mismatched Land of War Elves, maybe some white bordered forests. No, I mean, I love seeing which basics players bring to the table. So the fact that Hawkins is waiting this long, and we can see it from the play. It looks like he doesn't have the Muxus in hand, so. Watts is going to feel pretty paid off for his play because his 1/3 Goose can help protect the Vivian.
And even the 1-3 Goose are going to sit there. There's not much you can do on the side of Eric. You can attack with 3 and hopefully just get. You at least want to get some points off of this Vivian, or at least have them trade their Llanowar Elves so they lose some ramp. But in the meantime, they're going to declare. I think they'll probably declare blockers and maybe even make some. They have the ability to make some tokens or make some food tokens here too. No, I think they're probably just going to block things out and just keep this Vivian alive.
Yeah, the fact that Watts already has so much mana under him, I think it's not such a big loss to throw away a Llanowar Elf to help protect Vivian. Again, I just want to point out that it's so difficult to play against the Goblins deck because in that position, if they had Muxus, I feel like Watts would be so far behind. So you really have to weigh your plays against whether your opponent has like a Muxus draw or whether they have something like the hasty +1/+1 Goblin draw.
And it's also, one of the sneaky parts about this deck that you really have to master against Goblins is what you put counters onto and how many of them. You're really looking at how much health do these minions have, how much can I block with, at what point. Right now, we can see that Watts has a great board and is going to be on the defensive and can do things like that. But is it really just biding time until you can throw a big green baddie down, or is it also just a matter of time until Goblins just starts to go off?
So that is kind of the game plan for Watts. He wants to play a bunch of mana dorks early and then slam the first planeswalker, and then absent like a card advantage mechanism, he wants to just draw more planeswalkers and slam them. But this is going to be a pretty good draw for Watts. It's not going to be the most useful right now, but if he decides to play it, he could get rid of a Goblin. I'm just not sure how useful that'll be right now.
Yeah, with Hydra, you can make yourself a really big creature right here, but you're also holding off on the Hydra, so it needs to answer something like a Muxus on the side of your opponent.
And that's another strength of the Goblins deck. I mean, if Hawkins plays a land here and plays the Muxus, even if you kill the Muxus, they already got so much value out of the end of the battlefield trigger. So I do like just playing a giant Hydra here. So we'll see what he decides to do.
We're seeing the mana being counted. I count 6 floating right now. The Voracious Hydra looks like it's going to come out and count for 4. The next question is, which one do you choose? Do you want to double the counters on it? Do you want to have it fight something else?
So I don't see how killing one of these Goblins in play is going to be that great for Watts, but I think there is value in just keeping the board as clear as possible, especially since I'm not sure how well a giant Hydra will block up against a Muxus that's like a 10/10 or something.
So lots of counters on lots of creatures, but a Muxus in hand for Conan Hawk, and that is going to drop down right now. Let's see what we find. What do we get in those top 6 cards? We get 5 creatures out of that top 6. Oh,
and 2 ringleaders. This has to be close to one of the best possible flips.
That is insane. Well, you weren't kidding about these swing turns when that Muxus comes down and what it finds, but it found a whole bunch of really, really awesome Goblins, and that's an amazing turn right there from Conan Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, if Hawkins had the Muxus unturned.
Nick, I think I lost you real quick for some reason. I don't know if I can hear you or not. So we'll get Nick back in there, but he was describing it correctly. That's just how powerful this Goblins deck is. The fact that you throw out a Muxus, and then all of a sudden a Goblin Ringleader comes down, and that's going to refill your hand. It's going to put more Goblins in there. That's absolutely insane. And so we see Conan Hawk line up and just start. You kind of get the sense that we know what Conan Hawk wants to do. He wants to kill that Vivian and kill it now. Now we're going to look down and see what the blocks are going to be here on the side of Watson. It's insane that you can see exactly how ahead that green deck was, and now you just to see all of a sudden just all of this pressure come out of nowhere. Muxus is going to trigger, becoming a 12/12, and now it's up to Watts to see what they can do. You can kind of hover over some of these creatures and look at, which one do I kill? If I'm going to block, what am I blocking with? And even if I block all of these things, does it even matter if the fact that all of them are just is the Vivien going to die anyway? And if that's the question, if that's the answer, do we even block with anything? So now we're going to see whether or not we're going to have, whether or not birds can fight goblins, whether or not a Hydra can absolutely take down other types of chieftains. We're answering some of the biggest questions, I think, in the universe of Magic of which creature types are going to do the best against other goblins. And math is for blockers, and math needs to be done quickly before this rope burns out. And the rope burns out, and right away we see back and forth between these creatures. 12 damage going to the face, down to 8 on the side of Watts, and there is Paradise Druid. So we dealt with a lot of goblins, but again, the hand has been refilled on the side of Conan Hawk, and it just seems like it's academic at this point. And we're doing our best to get Nick back into the call. We're having a few technical issues on that side of things, but there's not a lot of issues if you are Conan Hawk right now. Skirk Prospector is going to come down. And now we're going to see what else they can do. And I'll say that, Watts did a great job dealing with that first big board of goblins, and now it's just a matter of whether we can see another back-breaking hit on the side of Conan Hawk. And now the Goblin Chieftain is going to come down, give +1/+1 to everything. And now we got some Hasty Boys sitting with us as well.
Hi, Brasky.
Hey, Nick. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I mean, I am almost literally on the other side of the world. I'm down here in the Philippines, so I do run into some connection problems at some points, but I'm happy to be back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. You're just a hop, skip, and a few thousand miles away from me, so I think we could allow for an occasional technical issue. But meanwhile, while you were gone, Vivien was killed, and we saw a bunch of goblins taken care of. But as we saw earlier, the hand was refilled very much on the side of Conan Hawk, and that Krenko is going to seal up game number 1. And now we're going to move to the sideboard phase. And if you are the mono green deck, what's obviously that we see the Elder Gargaroths coming in. What else? I mean, there's not a lot to sideboard because of the fact it's all artifacts that you get with Karn. So we see the Gargaroth come in, but is there anything else that you're looking to bring in on this sideboard as well? Any of these one-ofs?
So I think my sideboarding strategy for this deck would be to click on some cards in my main deck, click on some cards in my sideboard, and then maybe just actually submit the deck as I registered it, because I'm not sure that sideboarding actually changes anything. The strength of the deck is really the planeswalkers that can access powerful hate pieces or silver bullets from the sideboard. It actually looked like Watts shaved on a Wolf Willowhaven, but I did not quite catch what he brought in to replace it.
I did see some Elder Gargaroths come in. From the sideboard jumping.
That's a good. I think that could be a powerful tool, especially against the draw of Hawkins, where he just draws a bunch of goblins and attacks.
And when you think about Hawkins on their sideboard, they have a couple of Thoughtseize in there. There's Redcap Melee. There's Goblin Trashmaster and a few other spots. Is there anything you're particularly looking out of the sideboard from Eric that would work really well in this mono green matchup?
So because like with Mono Black GPG, I think the Goblins deck is really driven by the synergies between the creatures. So you don't want to change the creature. I'm not even sure that Thoughtseize would be that great in this matchup, because yes, it can deal with the Planeswalker, but the whole game plan of Mono Green is to just play a critical mass of powerful Planeswalker. So you don't even need like a lot of Planeswalkers to win the game. Like, you can win just with one. So I'm not sure if Thoughtseize is going to do much. Like, you could bring in Redcap Melee to kill an elf, but again, the deck is so redundant. It's basically mana and Planeswalker. So I'm interested to see how Hawkins decided to sideboard.
Yeah, miss land drop there by Watts, so they can't play out the Nissa, but they do get the Vivien out, and it's going to start putting more counters on there. But as we saw, counters on creatures is always a nice thing, but you just have to be prepared for whatever huge swing the Goblins deck can throw at you. And really, it's called Rakdos Goblins, but this is really it's really just mono red goblins with Thoughtseize in it, right? And I think they also have Leyline of the Void. So as much as we say like, oh, this is a huge Rakdos deck, it really just has a few hate cards in the sideboard, and it's really just about how many goofy goblin boys can we get out here to start taking out some planeswalkers and winning matches.
So aside from Karn and Vivian, this is not like it's not a terribly interactive matchup. Both decks are just going to try to further their game plan, and I'm not sure that much sideboarding would go on at all. In this game, it looks like Watts will be able to game plan more effectively than Hawkins, especially since he was on the play. So we'll see. We'll see how many planeswalkers he's going to have in play in a matter of a turn or two, and how many goblins those planeswalkers will be facing up against.
So now minions are getting buffed. We have the ability to throw Karn out there, but again, if you throw Karn out, and you're also only leaving behind a Gilded Goose, so now you have to ask the question: do we just want to throw the other planeswalker out there and find something with Karn, or do we need to hold back some of these blockers to protect Vivian?
So I'm not sure how. Because the Goblins deck is so filled, it's filled to the brim with must answer threats and lords that give your team haste. I'm not sure how much you have to adjust your game plan to account for that. Like in this case, Watt's mana this turn is going to be wasted to some extent because he's stuck with 4 planeswalkers in hand and he wasn't able to deploy one for fear of losing them. So that kind of puts him at a disadvantage.
Wily Goblin going to come down, create a treasure token, because if there's anything Red's good at, it's ramping.
Oh yeah, ramping, going wide. All the hallmarks of a mono red deck.
And there is Krenko Mob Boss making a whole bunch of tokens, and the pressure is on the side of Conan Hawk to try and close this game out and get rid of as many planeswalkers as possible.
I do see what Watts was thinking by not deploying the Planeswalker. It looks like he just wants to make a food with the Gilded Goose and then use that to deploy Nissa next turn. But I think that it's so difficult to not use as much mana as possible when you're playing this deck. So it really depends on what he could fetch with Karn, deal with the board. So it's hard. I'm not sure exactly what was the correct play, but I would have liked playing more, like using more of your mana on your turn.
And so if you're on the side of Watts and we have the ability to play out a Karn and drop that down, what are we going to be looking for out of the sideboard on this side?
I'm taking a quick look at the deck list.
We got stuff like Great Henge for ramp and give us some life gain, but that's not going to do much for us. Shifting Ceratops doesn't look good. Maybe you just play Platinum Angel and to ask your opponent to answer it.
That might be Watts' best bet. So I'm trying to see if he has enough mana to go Nissa, Nissa this turn and then Karn next turn, and also find a way to play the Platinum Angel before he dies. But it will really depend on what Hawkins can bring to the table next turn. It seems like he might not have enough time.
Yeah, time is of the essence, and there's not enough hours in the day and not enough mana on the play state to kind of get you to where you need. Just drop down that Platinum Angel and buy yourself more time to hopefully, win the game at some point. But I'm looking at everything else that I see on the side of the sideboard of the mono green deck. I don't see anything that's just a straight up board sweeper. So can Watts hold on here in game number 2 here in round 6 of the Arena Community Cup, or is Conan Hawk going to take the victory and jump even further up in the standings?
How much do you think Watts wishes that he would be able to fetch Walking Ballista from the sideboard right now with Karn?
Ooh, that would be spicy. That would be some spicy ballistas right there. A bonkers ballista, if you will.
As it is, I think maybe with his current mana situation, like Shadow Spear might be his best bet. Though again, I'm not sure if he has enough mana to play Karn, fetch the Shadow Spear, cast the Shadow Spear, and equip one of Nissa's elementals with the life linking equipment.
There's Goblin Matron. So you can search for your library for a Goblin card, reveal it, and put it in your library, and that's going to find Krenko.
Mm-hmm. At this point in the game, Hawkins' life is pretty easy. Like his main goal right now is just to see how many tokens will fit on his side of the board. The answer looks like a lot.
The answer looks to be 24, at least on the
Yeah, this is just lethal, I think.
Boy, that's a whole lot of Goblin boys that are going to be hit in the face and pinging down left and right. The life total goes down to -7. The portrait blows up. Watts loses with mono green ramp, and Eric Hawkins takes the victory here in round number 6. So a nice job there by Conan Hawk, which was a needed victory for his realm. But he now moves up even further. I think that puts Conan Hawk around, I believe, 5-1 is where he's at. Yep, 5-1 now is where Conan Hawk goes up to. So lots of good stuff there in that matchup. Was that how we kind of see it playing out right there? Or was this just a situation where the mono green deck just didn't get itself online and what it wanted to do? Or is this something that when you play this match out over and over and over again, you're like, yeah, I think the Goblins deck is just going to take this more times than not?
I do think that Goblins is somewhat favored because unlike Karn decks in older formats like Modern, where they have access to Ensnaring Bridge and Ballista, this version of mono green, this format's mono green is not that well equipped to deal with an opponent that can just flood the board with tokens like Goblins can. So definitely, I don't think it's impossible for green to win, especially if they get out like 1 or 2 early planeswalkers. But this matchup did play out something along the lines of what I expected.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to jump into another match here in round number 6. We're going to bounce back into Luca Moretti's side, and Luca Moretti taking on Max Sorgenfrey, Max is on Sultai mid-range, and Luca, as we know, is on the ban control list. So right away was what we take a look at. It looks like we're still in game number 1 on this spot, but boy, looking at what Luca's got, Thoughtseize is going to deal with some things, but that's a lot of good stuff in your hand, and you have a lot of good stuff on the board.
Brasky, do you think that the player with 20 more permanents in play and 5 more cards in hand is the advantaged one in this game?
Hold on, let me do some math real quick.
Yeah.
5, 20, carry the 2, divide by 7. Yes, I want to say yes, they're at advantage.
Sweet. So... I know. I mean, like... This looks like, again, we're jumping in like in the middle of the game, but it does look like a case of one player drawing more cards and playing more lands than the other one.
Looking at what we see here is, obviously Luca has a lot of stuff on, for Bant has a lot of stuff, but the one thing they don't have is they don't have any more counter spells in their deck yet until they can draw that Censor. And so I do wonder if there's some opportunity from Max's side where they can get a Tamiyo out, pull something back out of their graveyard, or search for the perfect card to maybe swing this thing back on their side. When you think of Sultai versus Bant, is there some card in the black colors that can help really shift things over to what Bant can't answer? Is there something Sultai can do that Bant can't do that's going to help win this match?
So I think Sultai's biggest strength compared to Bant is just to have access to the card Thoughtseize. It's really the perfect card to play in the early game to punch holes in your opponent's strategy. Where it's not so useful is when your opponent has drawn out of an early Thoughtseize and was able to play 2 planeswalkers and Uro. It looks like there's an Absorb in the graveyard, so there was definitely some counters like played on the side of Moretti. So I'm not sure that Sultai's strengths will be that evident this late in the game, and when Bant is already so far ahead and is hiding behind Narset and the Teferi.
And at the end of the day, just making some tokens and going wide and protecting all of your planeswalkers, because the one thing Uro doesn't have, it does a lot of things, but it does not trample.
That is true. So I think from this position, Moretti will just be worrying about if there's any way that they can let this game slip from their grasp. It doesn't look like they can, but they're going to have to just, play tight and make sure that they don't give up any percentage points to Max here, Mr. Easy Mode.
So Token's going out, going to swing at the Tamiyo, just going to try and tick down some loyalty counters on that side. Yeah,
and while I do think while having access to Thoughtseize is really great for the Sultai deck, especially against the control deck, a mirror like Bant. Bant does have more cards in the main deck, I think, that are more effective in game one compared to Sultai, because Sultai does play cards like Heartless Act in the main that aren't, extremely useful in game one.
Now we're going to see some cards exiled out of the graveyard on the side of Luka, and now they have their own Uro. It's going to drop down, and, well, card draw, ramp, and everything else that goes along with it. Now you're matched up on 6/6s, and again, Luka just seems to have the clear advantage.
Yeah, and we're really going to be able to see just how many different lands the Bant control deck plays in their main deck, because they're all nice and laid out for us. While we sort of wait for the somewhat inevitable conclusion of this game. I don't wanna count Max out yet. In fact, he's another player that's on our team, right, Brasky? He's on Team Swagoy. So I'd like to see him attempt to claw his way out of this. But the advantage that Bant was able to build earlier in the game seems insurmountable as it stands.
Well, even with the tuck from the Teferi, Azcanta is going to bring Tamiyo back out there. It's going to be able to jump out into the board again, but we still need to find something in our graveyard or something in our deck that's going to deal with what is being presented by Luka. And so now with Tamiyo resolved, it's going to be a matter of do I look through the deck or do I look through the graveyard?
Yeah, so if Max here were able to stack his deck, which thankfully he's not able to, because that's not how Magic works. But if he were able to choose the order in which the cards would come off the top of his deck, his first priority is dealing with Narset. And as you can see, his Tamiyo activation will go towards getting Eliminate back from the graveyard and killing the Narset, so that his Uro can draw a card when it attacks. Because once you kill the Narset, maybe you'll be able to draw an answer to the Uro. Okay, this is also another option.
Yeah, it's the second time in a row that we've seen Tamiyo get Eliminate and deal with an Uro as opposed to dealing with a Narset on that side.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting choice, because killing the Narset would let Max draw a card here. As it stands, even if Max got rid of a blocker, we have the Castle Ardenvale all rolled up and ready to make another chump blocker. So, I mean, I'm not sure how effective that'll end up being, but I understand Max's position where it looks like his decisions are kind of restricted in terms of the cards he has in hand.
Are we just at the point now on Max's side with Sultai midrange where it's basically Ugin or bust?
Yeah, and if Max is looking for anything off the top of his deck, aside from that Tamiyo, he would really want an Ugin to deal with the board. So it wouldn't solve all the problems because Moretti still has the Ardenvale in play and a bunch of cards in hand, but it would sort of alleviate the pressure for now.
Now we see the Teferi tuck right there on the side of Luka, putting it back into the deck. And basically all they're doing right there is just kind of guaranteeing the draws that they get. They can just go Uro again, draw another card, get ready to put all other things out. And now we see Nissa comes out. And so we're going to see some ramp. We're going to see some board presence on the side of Max. But again, we know what's coming on the side of Luka. We know how they've set up their deck. And much like we talked about earlier, it's as if the Bant deck has stacked their deck up exactly what they want to draw, when they want, and how.
Certainly, and we do see the effects of Max not choosing to kill the Narset with the Eliminate. Narset is still in play. Uro has attacked a couple of times, but the Uro hasn't drawn Max any extra cards because of that Narset.
Some more tokens out on the side of Luka Moretti. It's gonna not attack and hold back. It's not gonna ping away at that Nissa. Some cycling on the side of the Sultai, trying to find ways to bring this game back over to their edge.
Yeah, so in the past couple of turns, I think Max has picked up some pieces that would help him get back into this game. The Nissa was certainly a great draw, and it looks like now he'll be able to kill the Narset. So he's leaving himself in a good position to claw his way back into the game if he draws an Ugin.
And now the swing out right here. So now board presence on the side of the Sultai deck. And now you're going to see more ramp. We're going to see Uro do its thing. We're going to need blockers on the side of Luka. But just like that, Planeswalkers have been dealt with. Board is now clearly on the side of the Sultai deck. This was a good swing right here.
I mean, yeah, Nissa tends to have that effect on games where you think you're so far behind, you draw Nissa, they can't answer it right away, and suddenly you have a huge team of 3/3s. Fortunately, Moretti has the Wrath of God here, but he's gonna need to find a few more cards that will help him stay ahead after he casts the Wrath. Ooh, Shocking is interesting.
We're going to see the immediate the Uro into Uro. We're going to see another Uro go and get exiled. So that's 3 Uros just kind of sitting and hanging around. That's a whole lot of Elder Giants. Speak of the devil, there's Ugin.
There's the Ugin. Okay, wow. I think I spoke too soon when I said that Max was a little bit too far behind to get back in this game. Now he's just ahead. He's just winning.
And now that land's going to enter tapped. We'll probably end up having to see a Wrath of God here, and then we'll have a Teferi the very next round. But in the meantime, we're going to ping down an Ugin, Wrath the board, and call it good. Or is Luka even going to hold back for some reason?
I think that's interesting that he didn't fire off the Wrath of God.
Are they just trying to get the absolute most value possible out of it? Knowing that you have, your opponent has 2 Ugins that could come out here as well.
Yeah, so Moretti's life total is still pretty high, so I could see saving the Wrath for the same turn that he casts the Teferi, so that he can tuck the Nissa and sort of deal with that permanently. But that also leaves the Ugin in play.
3 damage, pinging stuff down. Well, this might be the play that we think about. Is they're going to play out this Teferi. They're maybe going to try and tuck Ugin or do something else to keep the board on their end before they go with the Wrath of God. And there's the -3, and it's going to be pointed back at Teferi. So they're going to do the Teferi tuck with this.
Okay, this is interesting. Like I'm trying to figure out why Moretti did this.
It's an interesting move right there. In fact, at least they're just guaranteeing the draws of Teferi when they need them. But still, Nissa and Ugin both on the board, ready to do some damage.
I'm wondering if it's related to the number of cards in deck. Okay, I got a quick glimpse of Moretti's deck, and did I catch that right? That he only has 2 cards left in his library.
Oh, that's probably correct.
That's what would. Okay, yeah. So seeing the Teferi on top of the deck kind of confirms that Teferi is the only card left in his library. So wow, this game went on a lot longer than we might have anticipated.
And that's the interesting thing about this as well. We realized that we're still in game number 1 with this, and we also, considering how long this game has gone, we also had to kind of take a look at the timers of both players and who has more time than the other person, and who might have to play a little bit quicker going into game number 2 and then 3.
So we can't quite see how much time Moretti has, but we do see that Max has 13 minutes left on his clock.
I think I saw 15:41 on the side of Luka. I saw it blink briefly.
So that should be enough time for both players to wrap up the match. Okay, wow.
There it goes. So the Sultai takes game number 1 in a very elongated fashion. And now we see Shark Typhoons come in from the sideboard of Luka Moretti, and we see some Aether Gusts as well. Pretty much knows what they want and when they want it. But there's some stuff here in the sideboard that can definitely swing stuff in your favor against the Sultai.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that game 1 sort of emphasized how swingy the mid-range or ramp mirrors can be. We went from thinking that Moretti was insurmountably ahead to thinking that Max had clawed his way back into the game, and then we realized that Moretti was actually trying to prevent himself from decking, and in the end he couldn't successfully do that. So we're heading to the sideboarded games with Max up a game.
And so we saw the sensors come out. We saw some Aether Gusts drop in here as well. I think we saw some Wrath of Gods get tossed away. Is there anything else in this sideboard that if you're Luka, is there anything else that you're like, well, do I bring this in? But if we bring something in, what am I taking out? What else is there in this sideboard that we might want to consider?
Well, based on how Moretti's sideboard is structured, and it's very similar, if not the same deck that Huey Jensen played in the CFB Pro Showdown yesterday, I would be interested in the Gargaroth and the Aether Gust. But honestly, like there are so many ways that you could like craft your game plan for the post board games that it really depends on the player's preference and what they think to be the most effective way of going about the matchup.
And in the meanwhile, when we look at Max's Sultai mid-range list, looking at the sideboard there, you have there's 3 copies of Narset, you have Negates, you have your own Elder Gargaroth in there as well. You also have Scavenging Ooze, and I want to say he has, I think those are probably the only ones that you would bring in on that side. Is there anything else in the sideboard of the Sultai that you think, is an immediate, yes, this is an absolute must against Bant?
Yeah, so just looking at Max's sideboard, I'm looking at Narset, Negate, Scavenging Ooze, and we'll see if he thinks that Elder Gargaroth is a way to sort of play a threat in game 2, even though it's weak to Wrath and Aether Gust. Like, Max might be anticipating that Moretti takes out all his Wraths, though as we saw in the sideboard in Moretti's hand, he did leave a Wrath of God inside.
And a really good start for Luka as well. You get to ramp with Growth Spiral, and then of course you can do some Uro if you want to do some more card draw and pieces out there. And so Hinterlane Harbor comes down as well, which is nice. But probably do you play Uro now or do you hold back the Absorbs?
So it looks like Moretti chose to pass the turn, but I could see the appeal of him being a little bit greedier and trying to spike a land with the Uru so that he could keep up Absorb at the same time. But in the end, I do like playing a little bit carefully, so I like holding up the Absorb instead of trying to go for a fancy Uru into land and Absorb play.
It's a Fairy Hero of Dominaria now in the hand for Luka. So now it's a question. They really wanted to see a third land, another land drop right there to get to 6. So now it's that same question: are we going to play Uro and hope that we spike another land, or are we just holding back with our Absorbs to find some answers?
It may sound like an exaggeration, but really the player that misses their land drops is going to fall far behind, and you can see that perhaps the pressure of not drawing a land forced Moretti to cast the Teferi into a Negate when he might not have felt he needed to do that if he had still been able to make his land drops.
Now the Scavenging Ooze going to sit there and answer some things that go to graveyard. Hydroid Krasis comes out, and at least this gives you a 3/3 flyer and cantrips basically. And now the Sun Petal Grove comes down. Now we have a Wrath of God, and now we're just trying to reset the board to get us back to a state that we're looking at the timers in 11 minutes on the side of Max and less than 14 on the side of Luka. Both of these players playing much faster than they were in game 1.
Wow, so I think that was that was the turning point in this game, that Moretti missed a land drop and felt the need to play the Teferi into open mana. It definitely could have played out differently, but I think Max punished him comprehensively for making that play with the Negate into Nissa.
Now we're seeing Narset Parter Veils come down, but Dovin's Veto can't be countered and is going to take care of that Narset. That's a big. And
this also highlights the disadvantage of counter spells. You can deal with the subsequent threats that Max.
But you can't deal with the Ugin.
Yeah, you can't deal with the Narset and the Ugin at the same time.
Well, we were getting ready to sit down and maybe see this thing go to timer, but an Ugin just like that from ramping with Nissa takes the victory right there for Max over Luka, and Sultai midrange pulls out the victory right there. So congrats to him on that one. And so now we're kind of take a look at some of the standings that we see. So we have taking a look at how things are shaking out right now in terms of who has as many points and where we're standing right now, getting towards the end of round 6, which I believe we have all matches in. So if we take a look at the standings, Caroline Cavanaugh with that mono black God Pharaoh's Gift is sitting at 6-0, the only player to be undefeated right now at the end of round 6. Zach Dubin with Sultai midrange. We have Dancy Pants, who, I enjoy that name, and I also enjoy Rakdos Goblins being played right there. Max, we just saw with the Sultai midrange sitting in 4th. Conan Hawk, Eric Hawkins with Rakdos Goblins. Umberto Petarca, I hope I pronounced that properly. If I didn't, I apologize. But Gruul Aggro sitting at 5-1 right now. And, Here's the thing that I like about this, Nick, is I'm looking at this top 8 as it stands right now, and for as many Bant decks that we saw in this event right now, none of them are in the top 8. Some are sitting just outside in 9 and 10, though.
Yeah, Brasky. I mean, you love to see it. You love to see a spicy historic only deck like God Pharaoh's Gift leading the pack after round 6. On top of that, you also see a pretty diverse set of decks in the current, in the top of the standings right now. Like you have a nice balance of mid range, aggro, a little bit of combo here and there. So I think that the tournament has really shaped out nicely for the historic format, and it kind of shows like how many strategies are viable right now.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I'm even looking at some of the parts of this archetype breakdown as well. If we look at some of the decks and how things have fared so far, Band Control, 12 decks on that side of things, but 27 and 27 is Band Control, sitting at right at 50%. Mono Red Aggro didn't fare well. Sultai Midrange is a deck that we just saw doing pretty well at 20 and 13. Mono Red Goblins. And I've seen a lot of different Goblins decks doing extremely well, sitting at 21 and 9 overall. And I think if we're looking just best records, the mono black gift deck, 2 people brought that, but obviously Caroline Kavanaugh really taking over the wins and losses on that side of things. But it just seems that mono black, mono red, some Sultai in there as well are some interesting decks. Meanwhile, Band Control sitting only at 27 and 27, and other pieces like Gruul Aggro and mono red aggro not doing as well as we thought. It seemed that if you're not running goblins, you shouldn't be going mono red.
For sure, and I do want to point out something interesting, that only 2 players decided to bring Mono Black Gift, and it looks like the other player went 1 and 2, but 1 and 2, and Caroline leads the pack with her Mono Black Gift deck at 6 and 0. So it certainly paid off for one of the God Pharaoh's Gift players today.
Sounds great. Well, we will get to see just how far the mono black God Pharaoh's Gift can go, or if something like Sultai or more goblins are in store for us as we get ready to go to round number 7. But before we do that, we're going to take a break here at the Arena Community Cup, brought to you by the Mythic Society and coverage by Swagoi, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
See you.
Mythic Society.
Reset Oil promo to real.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the Mythic Society Arena Community Cup. My name is Hayu, and I'm back here in the booth with my good friend and Sogoi teammate Nick Price. Nick, how have you felt about the tournament so far today?
I've enjoyed it a lot. It's great seeing a new spicy historic deck do well. I'm talking about Mono Black God Pharaoh's Gift in the hands of Caroline, the mighty Linguini Kavanaugh. But that's not to say that a bunch of other archetypes aren't doing well. Like we've seen good performances from Sultai, Rakdos Goblins, Mono Red Aggro, Mono Red Goblin. So it's a pretty open field, and you just love to see that at the start of a format.
Absolutely. So just before we get into some round 7 action, round 7 is actually going to be the last round before the cut topic. Just wanted to remind everybody about the awesome events that they can join if they become part of the Mythic Society community. So to become part of the Mythic Society community, you just have to subscribe to this very Twitch channel that you're already watching. And if you do, you will get to enter tournaments like this one, the Arena Community Cup, but also a lot of other tournaments as well. There's a set roulette, which is a very innovative sort of deck building challenge type tournament that happens every single month. In fact, the next set roulette is coming up on September 12th, will be the reveal of the sets, and the tournament on September 20th. The Arena Community Cups, this one is of course the August one, and then the September one is happening on the 27th, as well as regular weekly kind of more like F&M type tournaments. So I believe there's standard, pre-modern, commander, historic, whatever you want to play. And all of your subscriptions to this channel actually matter in terms of what prizes you get. So if you're a tier 1 sub, you'll get the regular advertised prize in store credit if you cash out in a tournament. But if you subscribe at tier 2, you'll actually get to double your prizes, anything you win. And if you subscribe at tier 3, you will get 3 times the prize winnings, depending on how well you do. I think that's such a cool way of getting out what you put in, Nick.
Yeah, and I add that during this somewhat difficult time for the world, tournament organizers like the Mythic Society have really stepped it up and moved their tournament schedules online. Like, I mean, I'm from the Philippines. Like, I'm so far away from North America and Europe and Japan, but I get to play competitive Magic every weekend. Like, I can play it during the week if I want to. Like, simply because tournament organizers like the Mythic Society decided to offer these amazing tournaments online.
Yeah, for sure. And it's super great that organizations like Mythic Society, like MTG Melee and such, have stepped up and given the community what it needs in this period, in this unprecedented period for all of us. So yeah, I would definitely just urge everybody to subscribe to this channel, become part of the community, and also to check out the Mythic Store, which is the store that's related to the Mythic Society. You can get all sorts of things on there, Magic the Gathering singles, of course, but also super awesome stuff like Mythic Society merch. I believe there's a beanie hat, there's a tank top, all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. One thing that's cool about the shop is they also offer Mana Trader subscriptions with in their store. So for me, like, shipping to my country is a nightmare. So if I had store cred, I wouldn't really be able to use it on cards. So just having the option to use it on a Mana Trader subscription, which I use because I play a lot of Magic online, that's just like a huge bonus.
Yeah. So lots of cool things you can spend your store credit, you can spend your winnings on if you join us in this super cool tournament scene. Back to the Magic now, though, Nick. We've got round 7 action here for all of our viewers from the Arena Community Cup. And looks like we are going to be watching Tiamoco. Tiamoco is on a really nice one here, Nick. It's going to be Mono Blue Tempo.
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, like I'm a control player. I love, playing expensive spells, and there's no better deck to punish expensive spells than a deck full of 1-drop flying creatures and counter spells.
Yeah, Mono Blue Aggro, a deck that, has been around a little while. We saw it obviously have a lot of success in Standard and Hands of Autumn, but Chat a few seasons ago, and now making its way into Historic as well. Tiamoka's opponent, Alzala Capitano, is actually going to be on Mono Red Goblins, so a mono-colored battle here between the two players.
Yeah, like blue versus red has been a pretty epic battle since the beginning of Magic's history. So it's really cool that we get to find out who's gonna come out on top in this round.
All right, both players getting out with their 1-drops, and we think that maybe this match is going to be a blink and you'll miss it, as Terramander gets in for 1, drawing a card there because of that curiosity.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Both decks kind of got the start that they were looking for. The Mono Blue deck was able to curve 1-drop into Curiosity. Goblins deck got turn 1 Skirk Prospector. Well, yeah, this is great. I mean, having access to a cycling card that also just gets to kill your opponent's creatures, like that's one big strength of playing Goblins.
Yeah, and just that singleton copy of Gem Palm Incinerator in the list for Alzala Capitano coming in. Very handy there, getting rid of the first threat out of this Mono Blue deck. And Spectral Sailor getting in now as well with the second copy of Curiosity, but just 3 islands and a Lofty Denial.
I mean, you do put singletons in your deck so that you can draw them exactly when you need to, right? For a maximum value for your opponent. Like, they had the Incinerator.
You just only need it once.
Yeah, exactly.
Lofty Denial gonna dispatch that Goblin Instigator before it can come down and start making tokens.
Mm-hmm. If I were Pineda here, I would try to stop drawing lands. But aside from that, I think that he's in a pretty good position, as long as he can continue to draw cards and try to avoid more islands off the top.
Well, avoiding more islands off the top, but not going super well right now. As Wily Goblin, the 2-mana 1/1 from Ixalan, hitting the battlefield, making a treasure as it comes. And what's interesting about this Goblin deck, Nick, is that it can actually ramp out pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it was as we say it, it's pretty essential that Pineda drew a counterspell there, because we are in Muxus range right now.
Yeah, that treasure on the battlefield, pretty key in terms of getting out Muxus Goblin Grandee, the hallmark card of these Goblin decks. Goblin Warchief on the stack though this turn for Alzala Capitano.
Yeah, one great thing about the Goblins deck is that you're not entirely reliant on resolving Muxus early to win the game. So even if Azalaka Capitano had the Muxus in hand, they were under no pressure to play it on this turn. In fact, they decided that it's better to just continue flooding the board with small goblins, and that might work out well for them.
All right, Goblin Instigator, 4 1/1s now for the Goblins deck. Something we've seen a lot of throughout Magic's history, of course. A long and storied past for these Mono Red Goblin strategies. This just the latest iteration in a long line of these decks. As Pineda, unfortunately, just another basic island.
Yeah, I think if we were to sort of encapsulate encapsulate the deck identity of Goblins throughout the years and across different formats, it's basically being a deck that is super scary, even though they have really bad creatures on board.
Oh. Will the flood never end for Sebastian Pineda with Mono Blue? 6 islands on the battlefield, 3 in hand, and just a Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, the good news is that Pineda's going to be able to activate Spectral Sailor and trying to draw out of this flood. But the bad news is they're still on the hook to come up with a counter spell for whatever Capitano has in hand right now.
So 1 mana up, 0 spells in hand for Pineda. Are we gonna see? There it is. It's Muxus Goblin Grandee.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Oh,
Only
wow.
a Goblin Matron?
I mean, okay. So,
Okay.
what do you? Hayu, what do you think of the card? 6 mana 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, make a 1/1 and search your library for any goblin card. That's pretty good still, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't complain, but, definitely not one of the more explosive Muxus triggers that we've kind of become used to seeing in this historic format.
Yeah, fortunately, having access to Krenko in hand, thanks to the Goblin Matron, is going to help Capitano get this board out of hand pretty soon.
Right, let's see.
Ooh, this is good.
Oh, and Chieftain was actually going to be the play this turn, giving that Muxus haste. And as we know, this Muxus gets pretty big pretty quickly, and a big attack in for 7 here.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether Pineda's gonna chump block, and okay, looks like they decided to throw away a Siren Storm Tamer to not take as much damage.
Right, draw step for Pineda. Terramander, the draw. Scary Terry, as he sometimes has been known as. Like a redraw as well off the Spectre Sailor.
Looking through the deck list here, I'm trying to figure out how Pineda can deal with the resolved Muxus, and it looks like Petty Theft is the only way to do that. So it looks like they might be on the plan of attacking for 1 every turn, drawing some cards, and hopefully producing a chump blocker.
Well, the plan is certainly, it's working out so far. Pineda at a healthy 18 life, but we do know that this Goblin's deck can put out a lot of damage very quickly, as Lofty Denial is attempting to counter this Krenko here.
It's interesting because if Capitano wanted to, they could sack enough goblins to pay for the Lofty Denial tax. But I understand why they decided to keep their Muxus and Chieftain.
Yeah, the Skirk Prospector on its own on the battlefield, not going to do a lot, even if you have a resolved Krenko. Here comes that Muxus again, keeping the pressure up for Alza. And
since Pineda decided to chump block last turn, like, you have to wonder whether that's what they plan to do, every turn of the game moving forward. But it looks like Terramander is enough better than a Siren Storm Tamer that he wants to keep it in play for now.
Yeah, that Terramander, of course, representing potentially a 5/5 flyer later on in the game. Right now, though, it's going to just be a Brazen Borrower in the end step for Pineda. So 5 power in the air here. And, Alza the Capitano sitting at 14 life. That's not very many hits.
That's true. Between the Spectral Sailor drawing a bunch of cards and, the large Brineborn Cutthroat, it actually looks like Pineda could be ahead right now. It really depends on what comes off the top of Capitano's library.
It's very interesting to Nick, because, a couple of turns ago, Pineda had 5 islands in hand or whatever it was, and Alza the Capitano was free to resolve a Muxus, but this game has really changed direction since then.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder what would have happened if Capitano had hit just 1 more Goblin with Muxus. Looks like just hitting the Matron really did affect their chances of winning this game.
Yeah, and not to discount the blue deck as well. Able to draw that card every single turn of this curiosity effect.
Yes, and okay, that's not bad.
Okay, wait, is this? Okay, so there's a Brineborn Cutthroat in hand.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. So they're gonna have to chump the Muxus with the Cutthroat, but then they're gonna have lethal on the backswing.
Yeah, and this looks like a last chance saloon here for Alza the Capitano in this game 1 of round 7 of the Arena Community Cup. Brineborn Cutthroat jumping in front of Muxus there.
Not quite blink and you'll miss it, but this game did still go by pretty fast.
Yeah, certainly a refreshing change of pace from the Sultai and Bant decks that we've been following for much of this tournament. Tell us about this
refreshing?
cycle.
I mean, I love watching Bant and Sultai just throw cards at each other for an hour.
To be honest, Nick, and I don't know if you were being sincere there, but I actually do love that.
I love it. I'm being genuine here. So yeah, one of the strengths of playing Mono Blue is that you do have access to a bunch of Ether Gusts in the sideboard and Cerulean Drake. So I'm interested to see how many of these red hate card effects they want in their deck post board, and it looks like all of them.
Yeah, for sure. 4 copies of Cerulean Drake, the 2-mana 1/1 flyer with a protection from red, as well as 3 copies of Aether Gust, our favorite blue sideboard and rainbow card for many a moon now, ever since it was printed, of course. Interesting to see this dithering about some of the more expensive spells in the deck.
Yeah, I did see Pineda sort of waver between leaving out Tempest Djinn for game 2, but looks like they decided against it. Even though Tempest Djinn costs a lot of mana compared to the rest of the deck, I do still value having a huge flyer in the air to help you close the game while you fend off the swarm of goblins with your Ether Gusts and Cerulean Drakes.
All right, just to let our viewers know as well that both of these two players are actually at 4-2 in the tournament in round number 7. So potentially, if one of these players advances to 5-2, that could put them in the running for top 8. We'll see how that breaks out in terms of breakers. How do you like this one-man hand?
Well, I think it's good. You'd like to keep a hand with maybe one more land, but just having the access to the 1-drop into Curious Obsession, I think it makes this hand a little bit too good to throw back. And it looks like Pineda agrees with me.
Yeah, Curious Obsession, Siren Storm Tamer, and a bunch of 2-mana cards. Turn 1 Scout Prospector for the Goblins deck as well. So similar start to last time, both players getting out on board.
Yeah, so both decks again having kind of an ideal start, and wow, it looks like Capitano is firing on all cylinders with their Goblin deck. So it's going to be the onus is really going to be on Pineda to draw land and be able to keep up a counter spell, but it looks like that's not the case.
Well, let's see whether this Siren Storm Tamer finds a land. It does.
Okay.
There's the basic island. And Pineda going to get that second copy of Siren Storm Tamer out as well. Conspicuous Snoop, a very interesting card that, printed in M21. And how important is it in this strategy?
Well, so, okay, Muxus is the headliner of this deck, but Snoop actually gives the deck another dimension of attack. Just being able to have access to card advantage, like, it's such a big deal for a mono red deck. We've seen other effects like that in the past, like Experimental Frenzy, see a lot of play. So basically, any effect that helps you get ahead on cards in a color combination that may not have access to it normally is a good card. And it's a goblin. It synergizes well with everything else that the deck is trying to do.
All right, we see the power of the Goblins deck now. Big attack down to 13 for Pineda already on turn number 3, and just a pair of flyers on board right now. Decides to pass the turn, leaving up some of this counter magic.
Yeah, it's a pretty unfortunate position to be in, because even though you know that you can counter like the first threat that comes down, Capitano has already built out a pretty impressive board by curving 1 into 3. So, the race here favors the Goblins deck, even though the Siren Storm Tamer was able to get in early.
Essence Capture going to take care of the Goblin Instigator here. The Goblin, the one that makes a 1/1.
Instigator, yeah.
Instigator. The counter going on the Curious Obsessioned Siren Storm Tamer instead of the one on board.
That's an interesting decision, because it does indicate that maybe willing to block with their untapped Storm Tamer, so they want to see if they can find a way to turn around the race. Though I do see the value in putting the counter on the 1/1 so that it could trade with the Chieftain.
looks like it's going to be no blocks once again for Pineda, down to 6 this time. Aether Gust the draw. Can that do something to stem the bleeding here?
So it looks like Pineda is going to find himself in a similar position as last turn, where he was able to draw some cards with Storm Tamer, and he can keep up a counter spell for the first big threat. So at least in this case, it looks like the Cerulean Drake is going to be able to come down, and Pineda will be able to hold up the Aether Gust. So they might have been able to stabilize. We'll see what Capitano can bring this turn.
Cerulean Drake, kind of a little bit of a headache here for the Goblins deck, as it's not killing very any of these creatures on board, but it is going to block forever, having protection against Alzola Capitano's entire deck.
So
Mountain
facing
on
down
top
this
of
Drake,
the-
yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mountain on top of the library for Alzola Capitano, but we do know that there's that Goblin War Sheaf in hand, and wow, a Goblin Chieftain as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna head to the graveyard pretty soon.
All right, it's gonna be Lookout's Dispersal, the pirate counter here on that Goblin Chieftain.
So the way this race will probably pan out is that Pineda is forced to counter basically everything that Capitano plays from here on out, and they're gonna want to attack with at least 2 things to be able to get around the Cerulean Drake, because the Drake can just hold back one attacker forever, like you said.
Right, so Alzola Capitano, considering their attacks here, kind of a delicate race situation where, Pineda is down to 6, but Alzola Capitano also down to 13, and we've seen the power of these flyers before, but looks like it's going to be a full swing here from Alzola Capitano, maximum pressure.
Yeah, I like jamming with everything. The problem with attacking with only 2 things there would be that Pineda could just take the 3 damage from the Snoop and then double block the second creature that attacked and still have the Cerulean Drake in play. So I like jamming here. You always be jamming.
Always be jamming. So Cerulean Drake and Siren Storm Tamer, considering the blocks, Pineda still thinking about the same block you described, that getting in front of the Lord, and considering the prospect of going all the way down to 1, just looking to see whether this deck plays any sort of burn.
So I was looking. Yeah, it looks like they do have 2 Chain Whirlers in the sideboard. Sorry, which Capitano almost certainly brought in for this matchup. But it looks like Pineda is making a calculated decision to go down to 1 and see if that can swing the race for them.
So, Siren Storm Tamer, 3/3 flyer already on the battlefield. That, of course, has to attack unless, Pineda's willing to give up that Curious Obsession attached to it.
And this Tempest Djinn in Pineda's hand sort of, it calls back to what we were talking about during sideboarding. You can leave the Djinn in your sideboard for game 2, in order to play more cheap interaction. But a lot of the games are really just going to come down to a race. So when you have it's going to be a 6-power flyer next turn, that really swings the race in your favor, and that's going to be crucial to Pineda taking this game home and the match.
Wow, yeah, look at this mass here from Pineda, taking their opponent down to 10, and then now with 9 power on the battlefield and that island in hand. So it will be Xaxes next turn for Pineda as Goblin War Chief hits the stack, but there's an Aether Gust in hand.
That looks like it's going to do it.
Wow, and Alzola Capitano can only look in despair, putting that on top of the library, but no mana to recast it this turn, well, without sacrificing off the entire board. And it looks like we are going to see Mono Blue Aggro or Mono Blue Tempo getting this one over the Mono Red Aggro deck.
Do you think that since Capitano is dead on board here, are they going to go for the style points and sack their board to cast the War Chief? Oh, well, they can't even do that because the Snoop will be sacked before the War Chief can be cast.
Yeah, unfortunately, things don't quite work that way. Certainly not on MTG Arena, and this Tempestion, a huge threat in the air, ready to swing over for lethal with the team. Alza the Capitano just mulling, thinking about maybe where this particular game turned around for them.
Yeah, I think what the key point in this game was that Pineda was able to draw the key sideboard cards like Cerulean Drake and Aether Gust. That really, like, the Cerulean Drake prevented a lot of damage. The Aether Gust countered or delayed a crucial lethal spell from Capitano's side, and the sideboard cards took the game home.
That's gonna do it. Mono Blue Tempo taking that one down 2-0 against Mono Red Aggro. That is going to put Sebastian Pineda at 5-2 in the tournament. I'm not a standings maths genius, Nick, so we will have to wait to see how those breakers pan out for our top 8 here in the Mythic Society Arena Community Cup.
I am also not a standings math genius, but because there are no draws in this tournament, I do think it's more likely for an X2 player to make top 8.
All right. So it looks like we have got more Magic to bring you from round number 7. We are going to jump in to... Oh, it's a Bant Mirror, Nick, so you're going to get your wish come true.
Best of both worlds, win-win. We got to see a nice quick aggro mirror, and now we're gonna have to settle in for a bit and enjoy the show.
So we are watching from the point of view of Luca Moretti, the L guy, and it looks like Luca's actually a game up already in this Bant Mirror, but here in game number 2, both players with a full grip of cards, so plenty of Magic to come.
Yeah, so last time we hopped in the middle of a ramp or control mirror, we sort of realized as the game went on that the size of the deck size was what would decide the game. So I'm gonna maybe try and parse a little bit what's going on here before I make any hot takes or predictions about this game. Like, I got to see where things are going first.
All right. I mean, potentially both players with access to the card Commit to Memory, maybe meaning that we'll get to see the decks play out to their natural conclusion. Although having a look now, I think Luca certainly does not have Commit to Memory, but
you summoned it.
Oh. Cold Coming and Supreme Phantom does have that copy. So Dovin's Veto getting rid of Commit to Memory there. And
I think I still don't know where the game is going. Like, I'm not sure who's ahead, so I think we'll need more. Yeah. Oh well.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Nick, that's fine. We will put you back in your box while you contemplate how these Bant Mirrors play out as we go to sideboarding, and it's going to be a game 3 here in this Bant Mirror between the L guy Luca Moretti and Supreme Phantom Cole Cunningham.
Okay, finally we're gonna be able to see the entirety of a Bant Mirror game instead of like jumping in the middle.
I'm just having a check now, and I believe both of these two players are also at 4-2. So another potential win and in, although we're not sure. Here in round number 7 for these control players here.
Yep, possible potential maybe winning in for one of these players.
I will say that they both have they're currently at 9 and 10 in the standings, so they both have pretty good breakers in this 4-2 bracket.
Okay, so maybe the winner could possibly maybe make it to top 8.
I think it depends on how the other matches pan out as well. So
yeah.
Luca here with an Azorius only opening hand.
Yeah, but they have like Luca has to be extremely glad to have drawn the Search for Azcanta. Though, as I say that, Supreme Phantom has their own Search for Azcanta. So I was gonna call it early and say that Moretti had the advantage, but then with Search for Azcanta on both sides, it's back to parity.
And a brave decision there from Luca Moretti putting that Dovin's Veto in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's nice to have access to that effect, especially since like it's most counter wars, but at the same time, you do want to hit as many land drops as you can, and there's also the tension where you want to also flip Search for Azcanta as quick as possible. So on balance, I like binning that veto.
Wow, Supreme Phantom looking a little bit land light there with their particular draw. Oh, phew. Land number 3. Okay. There's nothing worse, Nick, than playing a control deck and being stuck on 2 lands.
Yep, I mean definitely. I was playing a game on ladder and I lost the match because I couldn't play my 13th land or something. Like it's crazy how important it is to just play a land every single turn and sometimes 2.
And wow, Baffling End here, a card that we don't necessarily think of as being great against the control mirror, but as we know, some problematic creatures in these decks that Baffling End can answer.
Yeah, so I think it shows a sort of interesting awareness of the matchup. Like a lot of these games do come down to attacking with a shark, like a 2/2 shark for 8 straight turns. So if that's what you think the game will come down to, I think having access to 1 or 2 Baffling Ends post board is a good way to swing the game back in your favor.
Supreme Phantom continuing to have mana issues here. No 5th land just yet, but does have a double growth spiral. Ouch!
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna hurt.
Getting to use a sensor. It's not something that actually happens that often in these mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme Phantom had to risk the embarrassment of being hit with a sensor because they couldn't hit their land drop otherwise. Though I guess they did play a 5th land, so at least they had that.
Search for Azcanta doing the work it was designed for, some might say, getting people out of sticky situations since 2017.
For sure.
Narset going on the stack now. That's going to be met with an absorb.
And while I would say that Supreme Phantom is behind right now because they have, by virtue of having fewer lands in play, the thing is, Moretti is not in a position to really punish the lack of land drop. So I think for Moretti to solidify his position as a favorite this game, he's going to have to find off the Search for Azcanta, or the Azcanta, the Sunken Ruin. I think Narset qualifies as a banger.
I think Narset probably does qualify as a banger, but we did see a Supreme Phantom in the last turn putting a land in the graveyard with Search for Azcanta in order to transform it.
Yeah, so in the end, like that exchange comes off sort of even. Like if it means flipping the search, I do think binning a land is worth it.
And here comes the Azcanta activation for Supreme Phantom. Shock Typhoon to find off that particular one.
And that's why I love these mirrors so much, because conventional wisdom would have us think that the player who starts missing land drops is heavily unfavored in that game, but because all the cards are so powerful and because counter spells like Dovin's Veto exists, there are still ways for the player who missed land drops to come back, and it looks like they're going to have the first creature on the board this game with the shark.
Do you think that that's a newer development in the growth of these control decks, that they're able to come back from behind a little better in these mirrors nowadays?
I think so, and I think it benefits. the Magic players as a whole, that there are more ways to claw your way back into a control mirror, because like honestly it felt so miserable to be the player who was stuck on 4 lands in like a blue-white or blue-black control mirror while your opponent just played the land every turn and eventually played a torrential Gear Hulk and killed you. But in these games we have access to things like Uro and Growth Spiral that that help you hit your land drops while also drawing cards and generating an advantage. So I do like where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting to me, Nick, from a control player perspective that, a lot of the traditional downfalls of control decks, for example, it being difficult to answer creatures or difficult to pressure planeswalkers or what have you, have kind of, been patched up recently.
Yeah, and really a lot of that, or it can just comes down to the printing of Uro. I mean, Uro is a Growth Spiral on the front half that just becomes an unkillable threat in the late game. And some players might think that that's a little bit too powerful for the answers we have access to now, but I do like that it helps games be more interesting and it lets you play more Magic. More Magic is always a good thing for me.
So, interesting attack here from Supreme Phantom. This Shark Typhoon in hand for the L-Guy, actually a known card here.
Do you think that it's bait, perhaps?
Using a shark as bait seems like kind of overkill in terms of the fishing world.
Yeah, I mean, if the shark is the bait, what are they trying?
What are you catching?
Yeah, what are you catching? Well, there's always a bigger shark.
I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but there probably is going to be a bigger shark here in the end step for.
Yeah, in this particular game of Magic, there's a bigger shark.
There is indeed a bigger shark, and wow, that's actually going to get committed before Luca has an opportunity to untap.
That's an interesting use of commit. It might suggest that they're interested in resolving a Planeswalker soon. It does look like that 1/1 attack was in fact trying to bait out the bigger shark so that Supreme Phantom could cast a Planeswalker on their second main phase. But I think Moretti sort of sniffed it out. I guess sharks are good at sniffing, so they realized that they didn't want to tap out on their main phase. I mean, on the combat phase to block the 1/1 shark, and it worked out.
Yeah, definitely very tight plays here from Luca Moretti. But I'm just thinking about what you said a few minutes ago, Nick. Moretti not really able to capitalize, might we say, on their opponent's early mana issues.
Yeah, like Moretti would have loved to see an Uro or at least one more threat instead of all the counter spells that he drew. So this game is still very even. It looks like Supreme Phantom has recovered completely from their early mana stumble. So it looks like we're in for a pretty long game yet.
Aether Gust going to attempt to answer this Tamiyo Collector of Tales. Supreme Phantom going to let that one go. Just Tamiyo going to be available next turn to them.
I do like having access to that next turn. I mean, you can also just get it back with the Azcanta and then draw a fresh card if you don't have to counter anything.
Azcanta with Sunken Ruin doing many things here as Moretti making yet another bigger shark. A 7/7 this time, and of course already superior to Supreme Phantom Shark since it is borderless.
Wow, is that the sign of dominance in the shark world?
Yeah, of course.
Just the lack of borders. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
I mean, it's sharks without borders.
Like, is it like a shark outreach program?
Yeah, it's a charitable organization.
But careful, because it might be bait.
Well, I mean, only if you're trying to catch a
bigger shark. We're
going on in circles here.
This is a we've demonstrated an infinite conversation loop. I think we can go to the next game. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna scoop that end of this conversation as we turn back to the action here. Supreme Phantom considering their options. A 1/1 shark on the Battlefield, and an Ascanta active, but also Moretti also with that Ascanta active. Looks like we're going to attempt to go for this Tamiyo yet again and replay of last turn.
Yeah, so this current phase of the game, if you will, is really about whether Moretti can deal lethal damage with the 7/7 Shark. I do want to point out that when they made the 7/7 Shark, they could have made a slightly smaller Shark and also activated Ascanta. So it looks like Moretti's priority right now is attacking for as much damage as possible, and it's going to happen. They're going to be able to put another Shark on the board with the Ascanta, finding another Shark Typhoon. And that's such an insane new application of Ascanta. Search for Ascanta has been around for a while. It's been on Arena since it was in Standard, but since when could Ascanta fetch a flashed uncounterable threat that also draws a card?
Yeah, I think Ascanta definitely be at the strongest it's been for quite a while now in this historic format. And we've seen a lot of these banned decks today, and we've seen some of them do well and some of them do badly. Of course, you and Brasky talked about the 50-50 win rate earlier on, but we have seen, I think, some of the more successful pilots, such as Moretti, really putting an emphasis on the board state.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths of playing cards like very flexible cards like Shark Typhoon. When you need to draw another card to help set up your land drops, you can always cycle it. But if you're careful to counter the planeswalkers that can deal with the sharks, namely Teferi, and you're the last person on the board with even a small shark, I think that puts you ahead because you're able to keep up mana for counter spells, and then at the end of your turn, you're able to just flash out like a huge shark threat.
Supreme Phantom now thinking about their options. Difficult, really, sitting at 8 life, facing down 17 power. Moretti with a handful of counter magic, and looks like this is going to be potentially Last Gasp City. We're not sure whether Supreme Phantom left any mass removal effects in the deck post sideboard in this game number 3. 7 minutes on the clock for them. Do they have a Wrath of God here to prevent a lethal attack?
Well, even if they did, the Moretti has that covered with the veto. And so this game, it's interesting because as we see Supreme Phantom packing it in.
Yeah, that's going to do it for them. Luca Moretti taking this one down 2-1. Luca Moretti advancing to 5-2 in today's Mythic Society Arena Community Cup. What do you think? We saw some mana problems for Supreme Phantom in that last matchup, but what do you think in broad strokes is differentiating the banned pilots or banned strategies that are doing better against some of the ones that aren't doing quite as well?
Well, it's hard to say because the cards, different cards in the banned deck have so many modes and they do so many things. But I do think that if you're mindful and if you pay attention to how your cards can affect different situations at different points in the game, like using your resources better than your opponent in the mirror is like a sure way to get ahead. You still might find yourself behind, like you might not draw as well, but if you're the one who gets the best use out of your Shark Typhoons, I think you have a better chance of winning the game than your opponent.
All right, so Shark Typhoon making its mark here on the historic tournament. That's going to do it for action from round number 7. But don't go anywhere. After the break, we are going to be bringing you the first round of top 8 action here from today's Arena Community Cup. So we'll see you shortly.
I can't wait.
Mythic Society.
Mario
Welcome back, everybody, to the Arena Community Cup for the Mythic Society with coverage from Sugoi. It's been a fun tournament so far. We are out of the Swiss phase in Haiyu. We have ourselves a top 8.
We do indeed, and it's a pretty exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. We finally got to see the tiebreakers, how they kind of shook out, and we get to see who makes it down there. And I got to throw out there, I'm kind of feeling super proud of some of our Sugoi teammates because we have 3 of them in the top 8. If we can go and take a look at the top 8 standings and where they sit right now, you have Caroline Kavanaugh coming in at the top with the mono blue Godpharaoh's Gifts. You have at 2, you have Zach Dubin with Sultai Midrange, Eric Hawkins with Rakdos Goblins, Umberto Petarca with Gruul Aggro, Zach Fink, Mono Red Aggro, Dancy Pants, Rakdos Goblins. We got Max at Sultai Midrange, and then we have Mono Blue Tempo. And the one thing I noticed from that entire top 8, nary a Bant to be found, but a whole lot of deck diversity with this group.
Yeah, really great to see such a healthy metagame, such a diverse top 8. I will say that Luca Moretti on Band Control did come 9th, so just missing out on Breakers there for top 8. But really, some decks that I really wanted to point out, Mono Blue Tempo making the top 8, something I absolutely love to see. We have covered some of the aggro decks, but in this top 8 we see Rakdos, Gruul, Mono Red, 2 copies of Rakdos, Gruul, and Mono Red. So half of the top 8 red-based aggro decks, and then another 2 copies of assertive decks being in Mono Black Gift, Godpharaoh's Gift, and Mono Blue Tempo, and really just the 2 copies of Sultai flying the flag for control. So a little departure maybe from some of the results that we saw maybe yesterday, or maybe that we've seen necessarily on the ladder, but very excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's take a look and see if we might be able to sync up one of these decks of something that we haven't seen. We got a chance to see a lot of Caroline Kavanaugh playing, Eric Hawkins, and we got to see Max play some spots as well, and we just, I believe, saw the Mono Blue Tempo deck stick out there as well. So maybe we can take a look at the Gruul Aggro deck of Umberto Petarca. When I hear Gruul come out, and I'm like, okay, because initially we kind of looked at how the standings were. Goblins were doing great. Mono Red Aggro was not doing very well, but all of a sudden you patch in some green colors in there, and apparently you've got yourself a very, very powerful deck.
Yeah, and Gruul Aggro is an interesting one, Brassi, because there was that banning of Burning Tree Emissary a little while back, or maybe suspension of Burning Tree Emissary a little while back, but that does not seem to have really changed much in terms of the composition of the deck. We have Galia of the Endless Dance here in that 2-drop slot instead, but otherwise, it's a pretty, what you might call stock Gruul list. You have your Bone Crusher Giants, your Gruul Spellbreakers, your Elves, Pelt Collector, etc. I will note that 4 copies of Earthshaker Kenra coming in hot from Amonkhet Remastered.
Absolutely, of course. Earthshaker Kenra is that the 1 in a red for a 2/1 with haste that when it enters the battlefield, the target creature with power less than or equal to Earthshaker Kenra cannot block this turn. That's a really, really spicy ad as well. And I'm just a huge fan of Robber the Rich. I love that card. I love the flavor of it. Everything about just stealing stuff from your opponent in the right circumstances. That if I see Robber and the Rich in an aggro deck, I'm enjoying that one, and that's something that I want to sleeve up and play as well.
Yeah, and just to really round out some thoughts about the Gruul aggro deck and maybe why it's done so well today. We talked about before, Band Control 18% of the field, and this deck is just full of haste creatures. The Band Control list, it relies on Wrath of God as its main removal spell, and some of these creature decks that you see, including goblins and arguably including Mono Blue Tempo, which plays at flash speed, really gets around those Wrath of God effects very well by just playing creatures that can attack the turn or immediately after it comes down.
Yeah, and let's not forget at the same point that it is playing red, and if it's playing red, it's probably got Embercleave sitting there as well. So if you do just leave some mana up and start throwing some creatures in, next thing you know, you're just going to give them a gigantic freaking sword and hit your opponent for a lot of damage.
Do you believe, Brasky? Do you believe in the cleave?
I'm gonna let that one slide. I'm gonna let that one sit there. Just know that at some point I'm gonna bring Baby Shark into this whole spot if we start seeing.
Oh my goodness!
You brought in the Embercleave. I'm gonna bring the Baby Shark. That's what's gonna happen right there.
Not our normal roles in Magic the Gathering. I'm much more likely to be somebody cycling a card to get a shark than somebody putting a big sword on a goblin or whatever it is.
It's true. Maybe at some point we can just play some Grixis and put some big swords on some sharks and just kind of go crazy with it. That's what we need to do after that.
You know, Brasky, I actually saw a list. I can't remember whether it was in a tournament or on the ladder, but it played. It was Grixis and it played 4-mana Nicol Bolas, the flip Nicol Bolas, and it. And then the next turn they untapped, attacked, and put Embercleave on it. Hit for 10.
That seems absolutely awesome at the same time. And I'm looking forward to maybe we'll see some type of funky interactions for our top 8. And I know we're going to get those matches set up here in just a moment, so we're getting those matches set up. But as we do, we took a look at the Gruul aggro deck and I think some other spots. I think Sebastian Pineda with the mono blue tempo, I caught the very tail end of their match, and I was really, really interested to see that deck simply because I looked at some of the cards and I was reminded of standards of past in Magic Arena that involve Siren Storm Tamer and things like Tempest Djinn coming out as well. And then when I see Curious Obsession, I just get all these flashbacks of not being able to answer anything my opponent's doing, of being spell pierced and just that is mono blue tempo is a table flipping type of deck, but it can, in the right hands with the right pilot, it's going to flip a lot of tables because you can do a lot of damage with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mono blue tempo, a great little deck, very difficult to pilot well. So, many props to Sebastian Pineda for getting to this stage of the tournament with such a decision-intensive deck. And certainly we saw them put up a very good performance against mono red goblins in the previous round where, it was a race type situation and every single turn they were just very aware of exactly how many turns they needed to kill their opponent in the air and only countered or only dealt with creatures that would disrupt that race situation, which I really admired as a strategy.
So as we get ready to kind of get the matches set up and see what who's going to be paired with who and what those matchups are going to be, I think early on, as we don't have the quarterfinals paired just yet, as we're getting everyone set up in their casting spots right there, I think that the one that we're going to look at is the Gruul aggro of Umberto Petrarca, who I believe he was a GP finalist of GP Mexico in 2012, but also has a lot of really good showings at other Grand Prix and competitive events as well. So I'm excited. It's somebody that's it's going to be a new face to the matches that we've seen today, as opposed to a lot of the other folks that we've seen. And if it's going to be Gruul aggro, I think it's going to be something spicy.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it.
I think as well, when you look at what else is going on with Gruul, whether or not you like to play Gruul aggro, whether or not you like to play mono blue tempo, whether or not you're someone like myself who's going to create some type of Grixis jank, if you want cards to play in paper, you can always get them by going to the Mythic Store, which is themythicstore.com, which is part of the Mythic Society, of course, is the sponsor of this event. And one of the things I absolutely love about using the Mythic Store is actually the fortune packs. Have you ever done those before?
No, I haven't, but this sounds exciting.
It's one of my favorite things is normally when you open packs, like if you're someone like myself who loves the cardboard crack, who just I will go if I find a few packs at the store, I'll buy some, and I love cracking them open just to see what I get. Fortune packs are the best thing for that because there's different amounts that you can spend for certain fortune packs. Like a silver fortune pack is about $50 Canadian, and then you can do from gold to platinum to diamond and mythic from there. But the great thing about it is that you're guaranteed to get your value out of those fortune packs. So if you spend $50 on a fortune pack, the cards you open up are at least going to be $50 Canadian. And I've had the opportunity to open up some of these things. I think the most that I opened up at one point was a gold fortune pack, or no, I opened a platinum fortune pack, and in it I got 3 different Bloodstained Myers in it, each one with a different language. I got a a French land tax, which was absolutely awesome. I got all of these cool cards. Some of them went immediately into my commander deck. Others I put directly in my collection. It's a really, really awesome product that I think if folks haven't taken advantage of it yet or given it a shot, I think it's something that people would really enjoy.
It's funny you say that you're an addict of the cardboard crack, Brasky, because I do love cracking packs, but I've just been so educated to not open packs unless it's for draft that I now have this almost like aversion to opening packs because, like, you know, just listening to Limited Resources and many other things over the years, it's just been so drilled into my mind as a limited player. You never open packs unless it's for draft. So,
I think that would be something cool to see with a fortune pack. They're usually only like 7 cards. So if you're gonna do it, let's do that. Let's talk to Pascal. Let's talk to all the folks at the Mythic Store, and let's set up some way to do like 7 card drafts with silver fortune packs, and then just try to figure out some sort of. I mean, talk about making some chaos out of some cardboard. That's exactly what we'd have right there.
That sounds amazing. Although it would be very funny to open up a pack and draft and have 3 Bloodstained Minds in it.
But which one? What's the pick one pack one? English, Russian, or Korean? That's the big question right there.
For me, it's got to be Russian. I love Russian cards. I just love them. I love the way they look.
Absolutely. Well, you can certainly get those packs at the Mythic Store. And if you're not down for just buying packs, you just want to get your singles, well, check it out because they always have a bunch of Commander Essentials, Pioneer, Modern, and Standard, even pre-modern stuff down there as well. They have some great pieces of stuff that if you are looking for some Legacy Essentials, if you got some budget for that and just you need to find yourself some Scrublands and some Savannahs, well, that's the place to go to as well, is at themythicstore.com. And we're getting ready to jump into the top 8 here. And as we kind of get set up, we're getting Umberto set up so that he can stream his match and put everything together. And we might bounce between a few matches while that's going on. But as we saw a little bit, I think pairings have been made for this spot as well.
So Umberto's actually going to be going up against Zach Fink on Mono Red Aggro. And actually, Zach's deck is something else I kind of wanted to talk about before we get into the action, because Mono Red Aggro, despite there were, I think 6 or 7 copies in the tournament today, but generally has had a pretty poor showing. I believe at one point the win rate was under 30% for this deck, and I'm not sure what it is right now, but certainly it's not high. So interesting to see one copy actually make it through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe this is something we get an opportunity to see just how Zach pilots his deck, because I do see oftentimes that can be what it is. I've seen a few decks that don't do well overall, but in the right pilot's hands that knows how to operate in the right matchups, we can kind of see just how powerful a deck can be and how much it can kind of squeak out some wins that maybe some other less seasoned players or players that are not as comfortable with the deck, maybe it comes down to just a couple of those key decisions that you make in a match that can be the decision whether or not it can be the difference between a win and a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing I would like to point out is that I think a lot of the mono-red aggro decks suffered in the field in general because of the presence of Uro Titan of Nature's Wrath. But now that we're in the top 8, there are only 2 Uro decks left in the running, and they've been paired against each other. So it potentially a better run, in the top 8 environment than necessarily in the field at large because of all of those Uro decks falling by the wayside. Yeah,
that's the super interesting thing is how the only 2 Uro decks are going to be paired against each other. So now we really, I really don't know what to expect with some of these matchups here. If you ask me, mono red aggro versus Gruul aggro, or mono black gift versus mono blue tempo. When I was doing my prep for this event, those are matchups that I was not prepared to kind of do analysis on.
They're kind of just see what happens, but it will definitely be interesting to see how these pilots switch gears perhaps between going against the field, a very controlling, very mid-rangey field, and switching gears now into a more of a aggro mirror.
Well, whether it's a control-y field or a mid-rangey field or an aggro field, we both know that it won't have Field of the Dead, but it will be an awesome time to see. So we are going to jump now into the match between Umberto and Zach. It's going to be Gruul aggro versus mono red aggro, top 8 here at the Arena Community Cup for Historic, brought to you by Mythic Society. Society. And now we go to the opening hand right there, and that looks like a really, really nice hand and a good solid keep for the Gruul deck.
Yeah, Llanowar Elves on turn 1, exactly where you want to be, and curving out into that Spellbreaker on turn 3, and Bonecrusher Giant as well to deal with some of your opponent's creatures. I think this is close to a perfect hand for this deck.
So right away the ramp with Llanowar Elves coming out in the first spot, and now we get to see what comes from the mono red aggro deck on Zach's side, and we see the Soulscar Mage come out as well. And this is, I get the feeling this is just going to be haymaker after haymaker. Just each side is going to be throwing cards, throwing punches, but the Gruul deck seems to have the early advantage with the cards they have in hand and how they're going to be able to deal with some of the threats that Fink is going to throw.
Yeah, Soulscar Mage, one of the best 1-drops out of the deck for mono red aggro. So completely respect the decision here from Umberto to get rid of that as soon as possible, because it does do a lot of damage if left unchecked.
So now we have the opportunity. We can go Questing Beast, or we can go with Gruul Spellbreaker. It seems that do we just want to ramp right into that beast and start just throwing that pressure before 4 down?
I'm game. Anytime you can get Questing Beast going, it's usually the most threatening thing on the battlefield. And important to note as well, in mono red aggro, not very many creatures have more than 2 power, so it's actually quite difficult to block this Questing Beast.
Vigilance, Death Touch, and Haste. That's a pretty good combination when you put it onto a 4/4 green creature.
Yeah, as well as all of the other text that's on it. I've heard people say that before they go to bed every night, they read 1 line of Questing Beast Beast text, and that's something that we don't. I think the least known line of text on Questing Beast, for me certainly, was that damage can't be prevented. Did you know it said that? I did not know it said that.
I'm pretty sure I didn't know it said it, but I'm sure it made it so I was less confused when I did lose to that card, because I like to play stuff. I like to play slow. I like to play Planeswalkers. I like to play Fogs, and none of those things are any good.
No, Questing Beast, a clean answer to many of the more controlling strategies, but also doing a number here on mono red aggro.
Now the Gruul Spellbreaker is going to come down. It's going to get a +1/+1 counter, and 4 health, 4 toughness is going to be really difficult for mono red to deal with, because it's a lot of lightning bolts. It can deal 3 damage oftentimes, but as we see, that's going to be a quick scoop from Zach Fink. And we were talking a little bit earlier about the mono red decks and what you can bring in. And in this sideboard, there's a few things and pieces you can bring in. Those lava coils seem to be really essential in this matchup.
Yeah, Lava Coil, pretty important against mono red. And just looking at I'm just having a quick look at mono red sideboard to see what they can do about this Gruul aggro deck, because generally you kind of generally consider mono red to be a bit of a dog in the matchup because the creatures are just smaller. Green just gives you that chunk that generally is good against your Viashino Pyromancers and the such. But looking at mono red aggro's sideboard, I see 2 copies of Redcap Melee from Throne of Eldraine, so that could be an answer to some of these 4 toughness creatures that we see.
Yeah, Redcap Melee, the single red instant that deals 4 damage to a target creature or planeswalker. If it is a non-red permanent, if a non-red permanent is dealt damage that way, then they have to the controller has to sacrifice a land. So you have Redcap Melee. There is a decent amount of 1 health pieces on both sides. Would you consider bringing in a Goblin Chain Whirler to something like this?
I think you could always consider Goblin Chain Whirler. Certainly it does do a number on Pelt Collectors and Llanowar Elves and the such, but we'll see whether Zach Fink decided to go for that route or not.
And right away, the early spot. Use Pelt Collector, a good start. Not the ramp that they were looking for, and 2 Embercleaves in the hand can get a little awkward, but still something to do on turn 2 and turn 3.
Oh, perfect here for Zach Fink, though. Shocked to get rid of that Pelt Collector.
And another Earthshaker right off the bat, and that's going to be a great one to have as well.
Yeah, Earthshaker Kenra was definitely one of the most scary cards in Standard when it was around in that format, and just the ability to make sure your opponent isn't blocking and giving these red decks a bit of late game as well with that Eternalize effect, really valuable here.
So we're going to see the Stomp come down, take care of the Earthshaker, and now it's going to be on for Zach Fink to come up with something they want to do on turn 3. And the Rampaging Ferocidon out and ready to roll. I believe that one came out of the sideboard as well. Well, I think they threw a piece.
I think you're right. There's 2 in the main and 2 in the side for mono red aggro. Rampaging Ferocidon was, kind of a silver bullet against the Field of the Dead decks, and, with Uro still around, the can't gain life clause on it, still pretty important. But we'll see, I'm not sure how good it is against a deck that instead of playing multiple creatures a turn is playing, 1 or 2.
Now, let's not forget the importance of Rampaging Ferocidon having Menace, so it can't be blocked by that Gruul Spellbreaker. But there's a land off the top, and a Questing Beast is now going to plop down and start doing damage. That was a big land off the top right there for the Gruul deck.
Yeah, that 4th eye is super crucial, and I'm just looking at those Embercleaves in hand for Umberto as well. Embercleave and Questing Beast, one of the premier combinations of aggressive cards.
4 damage to the face, and now it's just going to be a matter of who can outrace the other person. But the stats are on the side of the Gruul deck.
Yeah, I mean that's just what the green mana really provides, is just extra power, extra toughness, and Rampaging Ferocidon and Pyromancer looking a little silly, but this is what mono red does. Wizard's Lightning, and it means that only a couple of spells could give this one to Zach.
And now pondering what the move is right here, this could be, we could see if maybe there's an attempt at a full swing out and throw some Embercleaves down. Of course, Robber the Rich is there, is nice and hasty. Bonecrusher Giant can take care of a 2-1 if you want to, but there's a wealth of decisions to be made on the Gruul side, but still sitting at 8 health, you have to be concerned about. Do we end the game now? Is there a way for us to end the game now, or is there going to be some sort of crackback that we're going to lose on the other side?
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Umberto, as he wasn't able to find the second red source to get this Embercleave online. This would have been a great turn to find Basic Mountain or a Stomping Ground. And that kind of, I think, explains the slight caution here with just getting in with the Questing Beast. But still a lot of cards in hand, and but this lack of red mana is really starting to bite, as it's going to mean that Umberto can only play 1 spell a turn for the next couple of turns.
It's right here, swinging out with both creatures. You get the sense that they might throw that Bonecrusher Giant after the attack step. And there we're going to swing out with 8 damage here, and Fink's going to let it through, going down to 7.
Yeah, so I think us control players tend to, sometimes be a little bit dismissive of aggressive decks. But, I just want to say that I think that is definitely unwarranted. You can see in this particular matchup, like, these mirrors are very complicated. The amount of calculations you have to do in terms of figuring out what turn exactly you're going to kill them and how they're going to kill you is just as complicated as figuring out how to get card advantage, or how to protect your planeswalker.
It's absolutely true. That's a thing. Something else about playing aggro decks is, like, if you play a control deck, sometimes our decisions are made for us just by, we're going to do this. We know we're going to play this. In aggro decks, you have so fewer decisions over the course of a game that every single one you make could be the difference between a win and a loss.
Yeah, great point there. So this, even something as simple as playing a Viashira Pyromancer here involves a lot of calculation for the mono red player, because they're gonna burn Umberto for 2, but they have to take 1 themselves from the Rampaging Ferocidon.
A Robber the Rich, a Bonecrusher Giant, the lack of red mana is really kind of putting the cuffs on the Gruul deck right now, because they have all these red cards in hand and not a lot to do with it, but they're going to swing out right here and force their opponent to a decision. Yeah,
I love this attack. I think opponents at 6, you have 12 power on board, just go for it. Oh, of course, Gruul Spellbreaker having trample there. Maybe a little oversight, but that's going to do it.
That's going to take care of that one. And so The Gruul Aggro deck, piloted by Umberto Petarca, is going to take the victory there in the first part of the top 8. They're going to move on to the top 4 in the semis, which was a quick match to see. So we'll probably get a chance to look around and see if there's another top 8 match that we want to jump into. But boy, we said we wanted to take a look at that Gruul deck, and well, it did not disappoint, even when it was lacking on red mana.
Yeah, if at any point in the last 2 or 3 turns of the game, Umberto Petarca actually found a mountain or a stomping ground, the game would have ended there and then. But just the sheer size of the green creatures really outmatching what's going on the battlefield for Zach Fink and Mono Red Aggro.
Absolutely. So now that we see what happened there, we're going to move on to a match that's going to be between Max Sorgenfrey and Zach Dubin. It's going to be Sultai mid-range against Sultai mid-range. And as we jump in right away, we're still in match number 1. And hey, take a look at that. Some Shark Typhoons with a 12-12. That's flying, and that's going to be a lot of pressure in the face of Max that Zach Dubin has put out.
Yeah, both of these players, I think, playing pretty similar deck lists. Just having a look at the board, not just the creatures, but Zach Dubin, DC Sports, having 2 active Planeswalkers, the Ugin and the Nissa as well, definitely giving Zach the advantage.
So Thoughtseize comes out, forcing out the Eliminate from Max as he takes out that 12-12. Still going to be facing down a good amount of damage, and there's another Nissa, and that's going to do it for game 1.
Yeah, double Nissa, not something that anyone ever really comes back from. I'm definitely interested to see how people sideboard in this matchup, because the Sultai deck, the reason that you often, or at least one of the main reasons you play black, is really for Thoughtseize. But we've seen this discussion in both standard Sultai and I guess historic Sultai as well, as to just how effective those discard spells are in the mirror situation. And there's really quite a lot of debate about this one, Brasky, because some people will go up in number of discard spells. Like, some people will go up to 6 or 7 in the mirror, and some people will cut them entirely, as we see Max Easy Mode doing it here.
Yeah, absolutely. So no Thoughtseizes in for this game number 2. Meanwhile, on the side of Zach Dubin, what are they bringing in from their sideboard? There's a few differences between these two players and their sideboards, and from their main deck as well. So things like Max has a main deck Tamiyo, whereas I believe Zach does not. At the same time, Max is running like Leylines of the Void in the sideboard, which obviously doesn't come into play here, but that's not something that Zach Dubin brought in. He had a lot of Negates and Narsets and Cry the Canariums, and Innocent Blood, I think, was in there as well. So when you look at the sideboards of these two players and what they're bringing in, what they're bringing out, who do you think has the advantage here in game number 2?
I have to say, I think Zach brought a lot of power in the side. 3 copies of Narset sitting in the sideboard, as well as 4 copies of Negate. And I also actually like bringing in Elder Gargoth or Scavenging Ooze as like another threat. So I really do like Zach Dubin's sideboard. Looking over at Max's, not as many Negates and maybe some more thought towards the creature, towards the graveyard decks there out of Max. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Growth Spiral there from Zach. So both players getting their ramp on, getting their draw on, and just kind of figuring out who's going to ramp first, who's going to draw first. There is a nice blue-black. Is it a Thoughtseize? There's the Thoughtseize out right there. Going to force out the Growth Spiral, but it's going to take care of an Uro.
Well,
They don't. Oh, they don't play the Growth Spiral there.
Yeah, interesting to not play out this Growth Spiral. Sometimes, when your opponent Thoughtseizes you, you kind of want to give them the opportunity to take the wrong thing, which I think is an interesting strategy here from Max from Easy Mode. And yeah, as we saw, Max immediately sided out all 4 copies of Thoughtseize, but Zach Dubin keeping them in. Hydroid
Krasis gets taken from there, which is I like that move. That might also signal, if you take Krasis there, is that a signal for Max that Zach Dubin doesn't have Narset in his hand?
It could definitely mean that, but it could just also be that, you don't really want to take Uro because discarding Uro isn't as effective as discarding other cards. The Growth Spiral, is a consideration, but in this kind of matchup, the games tend to go long anyway, so letting a Growth Spiral go isn't the worst thing in the world. And Hydrokrasis, the only clean answer to Hydrokrasis outside of Sublime Epiphany is Thoughtseize. So I can definitely just see that even if Zach Dubin did have a Narset, taking the Hydrokrasis is probably a reasonable play.
Lots of cycling on the side of Max, and lots of plays to be done, and even a Fabled Passage going to fill up that graveyard as well, trying to figure out a way that they can get Uro out as quick as possible from an escape spot. And there is a cycling for putting a Shark on that battlefield. And now 5 mana right here. Are we going to see a Nissa? That's the question right now.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, Zach Dubin just slamming that Nissa out. No respect for the last card in hand there from Max, but it pays off. Sometimes fortune favors the brave, and we're gonna see Nissa, if she untaps, take over, I think.
Yeah, it's a big untap right there. Fabled Passage going to thin out the deck, find some more basic lanes to put down there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, at the same time, you're going to play that Nissa just because, well, you're going to have to throw it out at some point. You have to ask your opponent, do they have that answer? And if they only have one card in hand, it's probably the best time to do so.
Yeah, you definitely, with your opponent developing out, maybe a little bit flooded, you do not want to wait for your opponent to draw another Hydrokrasis or be able to get their Uro online. And I think Zach very heads up there, spotting that one opening to get this Nissa down, and Narset now online as well, creating more of a vice on this game.
Wow, and there's the Thoughtseize in there, just in case there was an answer going to be sitting down there. They tap for the black, throw out the Thoughtseize, check to see that their opponent is indeed flooded. And so with a Narset resolved on the board and Nissa creating, 3/3s and ramping, it seems like the writing is on the wall for Zach to maybe close out this game and close out this match in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Max's list. I believe there's a copy of Ugin, so Ugin definitely an out. But
Overgrown Tomb is not an Ugin, and there is the match as it goes away. And Zach Dubin takes the victory here in the top 8. So right away, we see a couple of quick spots there, and we see Zach Dubin gets 2-0. I find out that Eric Hawkins has taken a victory over Dancy Pants, and we are left with, looks like Sebastian Pineda and Caroline Kavanagh is the one match that's left out there. So we're going to see if we can jump into that one. So we're going to jump over to Caroline Kavanagh's matchup. And this one is going to be between the mono black God Pharaoh's Gift, Caroline Kavanagh, and Sebastian Pineda is on the mono blue tempo deck.
Wow, I like Caroline's position here with perfect information on Pineda's hand, and just that Brazen Borrower and Lofty Denial left for mono blue. It's not something you see very often because mono blue is actually very good at refilling its hand, but things seem to have not gone super well here.
So Stitcher Supplier coming out looking to be resolved. Brazen Borrower is going to be flashed out and have a 3/1. And then Lofty Denial is going to counter that spell. So now it's going to be top deck city for the mono blue deck. And meanwhile, Caroline Kavanagh on the mono black deck with God Pharaoh's Gift in hand and some minions sitting out on the board. It seems to be at a clear advantage and looks to hopefully take this down because this is game number 3.
Wow, yeah, a big decider here between these two mono-colored decks. With 2 copies of Priest of Forgotten Gods, it's pretty difficult for Caroline not to be able to cast that God Pharaoh's Gift next turn because you can use the mana. Although, I'm just thinking what would happen if Priest sacked this Brain Maggot, because I think that Lofty Denial would actually go back to hand.
That's right. And now the Stitcher Supplier can fill up the graveyard a little bit more. Woe Strider sitting down there as well. But you still have to be mindful that there's no way to answer this Brazen Borrower, so that is a clock.
Yeah, Brazen Borrower's the clock, but I imagine that once Caroline's able to get a God Pharaoh's Gift down, or maybe find a Fiend Artisan, there's answers like Ravenous Chupacabra and similar that will deal with this Brazen Borrower. Massacre Worm, I believe, is in the deck as well. So, Brazen Borrower is going to be a problem in a few turns' time, but there are answers in this deck for Caroline, and certainly a few turns yet to find those.
So there are 4 cards exiled from the graveyard. Woestrider is going to escape, come with some counters on top of it, and is going to have the ability to scry next turn. So a nice place where Caroline's at right now, and going to be able to at least tack in for some damage as well. So it's all about what the top decks of this mono blue deck are going to have as well.
Yeah, mono blue really looking for a Curious Obsession, I think, or something to, just refill the hand. Living off the top of the library is not great when your cards are individually not that powerful.
So the swing out from the Brazen Borrower are going to get another 3 damage in. Grafdigger's Cage off the top.
Well, we've seen this time and time again, Brasky, because Grafdigger's Cage, while it stops Woestrider from escaping, it does absolutely stone cold nothing to stop Godfarer's Gift from reanimating creatures.
So Stitcher Supplier keeps filling up the graveyard. Priest of the Forgotten Gods is going to do some damage. It's also going to, more importantly, gain life for Caroline Kavanagh, adding giving you the opportunity to get you one more turn away from a Brazen Borrower trying to rush you down. And that's going to absolutely take out the 3/1. And now you have the Crackback thrown with a 5/4 and another Priest of the Forgotten Gods. There's Godfarrow's Gift down there. Huge turn from Caroline.
Yeah, this is just going to be straight up lethal here. This Fiend Artisan is just overkill because it's such a huge body.
The 12-12 flex from the mighty Linguini, and that is a victory there for Caroline Kavanagh over the mono blue tempo deck of Sebastian Pineda. So there you go. That is our top 8. That's how things shake out. So Zach Dubin, Eric Hawkins, Caroline Kavanagh, and Umberto Petarca, they all move on into the top 4, which is going to be super exciting. And wow, I mean, we got to see every single match briefly for all of this top 8, and every single one didn't disappoint.
Yeah, great stuff here from the top 8, and looking forward to the rest of it.
Absolutely. So there you go. Your top 4 has been decided, and we know that we're going to get that taken care of really soon. So we're going to go on a quick break, but stay tuned because the top 4 is going to be coming up right after this.
Mythic Society.
Playset Moil promo. It's a real
Welcome back in, everybody, to the top 4 of the Arena Community Cup. This is, we're playing some historic. The Mythic Society is getting things rolling. They're playing for up to $1,500 in prizes. And by the top 4 that we see right here, lots of fun that we saw in the top 8, Nick. And now the top 4 continues on with the mono black decks and everything else that goes alongside of it. I'm just as excited to see this top 4 and how this shakes out and which of these decks is going to reign supreme at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, I was so excited to see a bunch of God Pharaoh's Gift matches, and we were kind of rewarded by Caroline taking it all the way to the top 4. So, I mean, I'm not making any predictions, but it looks like it was a really good deck to bring to this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Sultai Midrange, Rakdos Goblins, Mono Black God Pharaoh's Gift, and Gruul Aggro. Those are our 4 decks in the top 4, which is really exciting that we're not going to see any mirror matches out of this thing. But which deck do you think is the best position going into between these 4 decks? Who's going to end up with the best chance to make it to the finals and beyond?
Well, it's pretty tough because these 4 decks play out like so differently. I mean, look at the lineup. You have the Jumpstart deck, you have the Amonkhet Remastered deck, you have the standard Uro Good Stuff deck, and then you even have honestly, I wasn't expecting Gruul to put on a big showing today, but it's in top 4, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And now, speaking of the top 4, the match that we're going to jump in is going to be we're going to be watching on the side of Conan Hawk, Eric Hawkins, as he goes up against Zach Dubin. So it's going to be Rakdos Goblins against Sultai Midrange. So the Sultai deck has a little bit that Sultai Midrange has a little bit of hand disruption in there. Meanwhile, Rakdos Goblins, we saw earlier how broken some of the things that the Goblins deck can do, especially if it gets Muxus out onto the battlefield. Who do you think has the advantage in this matchup?
So I think that Sultai's
I lost. Nick, I lost you for a second on that one. We lost your mic, so we'll get you back in on that one. But I think what he would have said is, well, it depends. There's a lot to look at between these matchups when you look at the Rakdos Goblins and Sultai Midrange deck, and I think they're going to get started here in just a moment. So we'll see if we can get Nick to jump back in and help us out.
Am I back?
You are back, my friend. Good.
Yeah, you will. I mean, I felt like dropping out for a bit because you couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better myself. I agree.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I do a really good job of saying nothing all in the span of several minutes. I can talk forever and absolutely have no point to make. But we were talking back between who do you think has the advantage between Rakdos Goblins and Sultai Midrange?
Well, what I was going to say before you provided a much better answer, honestly, is that I think Sultai's removal suite is pretty well set up to deal with the threats that Goblins can offer. But it's really going to be up to the Goblins player to either cast that early unanswered Muxus or to flood the board with tokens from Krenko. So if the Goblins player can do one of those 2 things, I think they can probably generate an advantage from that. But if not, if the Skirk Prospect is killed early and Nissa comes down, or a Shark is uncontested in the air, I think it could go the other way.
Absolutely. Well, I think we can get everything set up and ready to roll. But I also want to note, especially also, let's look at the sideboard of the Sultai Midrange deck from Zach Dubin. He's got 2 copies of Cry of the Carnarium, which can be good before those goblins get buffed up. He's got a copy of Innocent Blood that can force each player sacrifice a creature, which is important. And then, of course, Witch's Vengeance, a single copy of that running in the sideboard as well, which is creatures of a certain creature type that of your choice get -3/-3 till the end of turn. That can be a really nice card to pick up and throw in from the sideboard as well. Yeah,
so Sultai Midrange is the deck that I've played the most, in the current lineup of historic decks. I've played a lot with it since the banning of Teferi, and I like how the sideboard just has a lot of good options for different matchups. If you'll notice, there isn't really a hate card per se. We don't see Grafdigger's Cage. We don't see something like something like a rest in peace so that Bant decks can bring in from their sideboard. It's really more of a set of versatile answers and maybe a little extra smattering of threats for different matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out and how the answer is going to be provided by which player at which time. You got to think that right off the bat that Conan Hawk is just going to try to curb out and put threats onto the board and get Muxus going as quickly as possible. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that Sultai deck can do if it gets the right start. If it's going to go Growth Spiral, maybe has an Eliminate or a Heartless Act that can sit there for some early answers. The first, by about turn 3, turn 4, we'll probably have a really good idea of who has a really high up matchup. I don't expect us to sit here and say, well, it's still pretty even at that point.
Yeah, for sure. So Hawkins is he's going to try to tax Dubin's removal, Zach's removal as much as possible. So Zach is going to need to find multiple pieces of interaction early. And if he doesn't do that, then what's going to stop Hawkins from playing the Muxus that will probably end the game if it's uncontested?
Uncontested Muxus. That's a great band name that we need to have at some point.
What genre do you think they play?
God, Uncontested Muxus. I'm gonna say it's got to be some type of deep house punk polka all at the same time. Yeah. Which is, that also seems like a type of music that Eric Hawkins would probably listen to as well.
I don't know about that, but I mean, maybe we can ask him at the next team meeting, Brasky.
It's possible they'll ask that as well, and of course, we'll have a lot of questions as we see this matchup come together, and we kind of go from this spot. So as we kind of come in and look at what this matchup is going to bring. Let's not forget about the other matchup. It's going to be between Caroline Kavanagh and Umberto Petarca, which is going to be Gruul Aggro versus Mono Black Godpharaoh's Gift. And as I said a little bit earlier with Hayu, was if you were asking me what matchups to plan for this tournament, Gruul Aggro and Mono Black Godpharaoh's Gift, that was not a matchup I was prepared for.
Yeah, definitely. It feels kind of weird to say, but Gruul Aggro is the wild card in this top 4. It's weird because Gruul was sort of the go-to option for aggro players in the during the reign of during the reign of Nexus of Fate. But since then, it hasn't really made a huge splash. I still see it on ladder a lot, but I'm pretty happy to see it in the top 4 of this tournament because it means that players who had a favorite deck before Amonkhet Remastered came out, they can still play their Gruul Aggro deck. Like, it's still good. I like it when players can sort of do whatever they want. They can rely on an old favorite, or they can bring something completely new and exciting like Caroline's Godpharaoh's Gift deck.
Yeah, so I think as well, you played it in the CFB Pro tournament yesterday that Hayu was part of the coverage team for. And so having played in that and kind of saw how the meta shaked out there and how it shaked out here, are you really surprised to see this kind of deck diversity in the top 8 and just how things shook out with this event compared to what happened yesterday?
Well, so, I mean, just to go over that quickly, I played Sultai mid-range at that tournament, and I made the top 4. Luckily, I think I was pretty fortunate, and I played something very close to Zach Dubin's list, minus the 4 Shark Typhoons, because I'm a huge coward and I didn't want to bring that to the tournament without much time to test. So the matches all felt pretty close. There wasn't one round that I played where I comprehensively thrashed my opponent without any chance of recovery. So I think this tournament is pretty well reflective of this snapshot of the historic format, where there are lots of decks that are good, the matches are close. It all depends on how you want to outplay your opponent. Yeah,
I think that's a great point that you make with that as well, and I think that's one of the things that give credit where credit's due. The fact that we can take Field of the Dead out of historic, and we have this type of meta diversity in the competitive format is, I think, a really positive sign, and something that we're seeing more and more people start to kind of sway towards historic as opposed to standard, just because there is so much that you can do, and there's really cool decks that you can make out of it.
Yeah, and that's why I keep highlighting that we're seeing cool stuff like the Godpharaoh's Gift deck alongside old favorites like Gruul. When the format is diverse but at the same time fun, I think that's a really good place. That's a really good place to be, because the format can be diverse with not a lot of exciting options, and the format can be fun, but there could reasonably be one or two options that you expect to play. So just I really think that with the bannings and with the release of Amonkhet Remastered, Historic is in a really good place right now, and that's kind of that's taken further by the fact that the competitive tournaments are Historic for the next 2 or 3 weekends.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement about that as well. And so we're going to get started here in just a few moments as we have Eric Hawkins jump out and start up their match. So we will have the top 4 of this Arena Community Cup brought to you by the Mythic Society. So it's going to be Eric Hawkins, Zach Dubin, Rakdos Goblins versus Sultai Midrange. It's going to be a fun time, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I think the other thing to kind of talk about in this is that everybody knows the power of Uro, right? And even then, there's been a lot of discussion about how powerful Uro is, and if Uro is too powerful, and whether or not this card is going to get any type of banning or restriction or anything of that nature. But at the same time, you look at Rakdos Goblins, it has its own share of really key cards that's going to play out in this matchup. As we see and jump into the match right now, we're going to be looking at it from Conan Hawk's perspective. And early on, a bunch of lands and a couple of early drops. That's not terrible because you can kind of ramp into Krenko, but is this really the hand that you want to start with?
Well, apparently not. And Hawkins is rewarded for his mulligan with the exact same hand, pretty much. Though I guess it is slightly better because you do have more mana, so he is more alive to a top deck Muxus. Ooh.
So lots of mana to start off with. Well, no problems of hitting out your curve, but now we have to worry about about flooding out a little too much. But does go with the Skirk Prospector. We're going to follow it up with a Wily Goblin soon after that. And now we get to see what Zach Dubin's going to start off with now that they had the Triumph on their first play.
Yeah, so Zach is going to want to use his early turns to draw extra cards, play extra lands. He shouldn't really concern himself too much with the first 1 or 2 turns from Hawkins. Like, he really wants to further his own game plan. But if Hawkins plays a Wily Goblin this turn, which he will, then Zach's going to be on alert. He's going to know that next turn, Hawkins could play a Muxus if he had it.
And not a bad curve out. We did Skirk Prospector on 1, Wily Goblin on 2. We're going to do Goblin Chieftain on 3. So hopefully, just continue on the top deck spots and find yourself something else to do right after that. Because if you go Goblin Chieftain on 3, then hopefully you have enough to just throw a Muxus out soon after.
Yeah, and then that's one big strength of this Goblins deck. Okay, well, I was going to say that Goblin Chieftain is a way to make your terrible creatures like Skirk Prospector a bit more threatening on board. Maybe Zach recognized that this was a possibility, so he decided that he wouldn't let that Skirk Prospector, live to see another day.
Ooh, Thoughtseize is right there, going to take the only other thing that Conan Hawk can do. So now he's in complete top deck mode with lands aplenty, but needs something to do with it.
Yeah, Brasky, I don't like Thoughtseize so much against an aggro deck, and especially one like Goblins, but it is pretty good when your opponent only has 1 spell in hand.
Now the Goblin Chain Whirler comes down, going to deal 2 damage to the opponents, and now a First Striker, a 3/3 First Striker is a nice thing to have. So Zach Dubin had a couple of answers early, had some hand disruption, but not much else. They're going to have to start finding ways to answer the pressure on the side of Conan Hawk here if they just want to keep things rolling.
Yeah, and if you notice, like, Zach actually spent his first couple turns casting interactive spells, and Hawkins' hand wasn't particularly good. But as we see, Zach is already pretty far behind on board.
And now the swing out here, 4 damage coming, and Eliminate going to take down the Chain Whirler. So still chipping away at 2 damage, little piece by piece. Krenko Mob Boss ready to come down next turn, as long as there isn't any more hand disruption on the side of Zach Dubin.
Yeah, if I'm Zach right now, like if I'm Zach and before I cast this Nissa, I would be feeling pretty nervous because I had some interaction, but I didn't have a way to close out. Thankfully, Zach had really the perfect way to close out the game in a Nissa. So
look at this, and the Muxus off of the top.
This is great, Brasky. We're gonna see like both decks operating on full speed. Whoa! Was that the full Monty?
That was the full 6. That was
the full 6 Goblin.
I mean, it makes sense. You had so many lands in your hand to start off with, but wow, what a pull off that Muxus right there. That was an insane spot. And just like that, Zach Dubin says, well, enough of that. I've seen enough for that game. And just like that, out of nowhere, Muxus comes down and the game's over.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a card from a sort of casual fun set like Jumpstart that basically read 6 mana, you win the game, but here we are.
Wow. I mean, again, we were wondering how much were we going to pull off of the top of the deck there with Muxus, because of course you're going to look at the top 6 cards of your library. You're going to put any Goblin cards with 5 or less out in there. And so I was expecting, okay, maybe we can get 2 or 3 down there. I was not expecting a full 6.
Honestly, like I feel like chat deserved, our audience deserved a really good spin like that, because we did watch Muxus only hit 1 Goblin Matron in a previous round, and that led to the Goblins player losing that game because they weren't able to establish a good enough board presence after Muxus. So I mean, you get some hits where there's only 1 Goblin, you get some where you get 6 Goblins and win the game instantly. It's pretty cool.
Something tells me we're going to see a lot of smork emotes in the chat after that pull right there. And now we get to jump into game number 2. So if you look at that from the Rakdos Goblin side, the choices that you would make out of that sideboard, what do you think each player is looking to do? We kind of went over what Sultai has in their sideboard, but what is the Goblins deck going to do for the sideboard here?
Yeah, the first thing that I'm going to look at is my copies of Thoughtseize in the sideboard. That's why you play black, to have a more disruptive elements in your sideboard for when you're playing against either Gust decks and decks with sweepers like Extinction Event.
So now we did a mulligan. We're going to return a card. We're wondering if they're going to return Phyrexian Tower. That looks to be what they're going to do. They're going to stick with all red mana for this, and that kind of makes sense. If you don't have any Thoughtseize in hand, there's no reason to just keep a Phyrexian Tower, especially if you have to sacrifice to make that mana to start off with.
Ooh, so I think Hawkins was kind of hoping that he wouldn't draw Muxus if he put the Phyrexian Tower on the bottom of his deck, because Tower and Muxus work so well together. But I guess Hawkins sort of realized that he didn't have anything to do with the black mana or the extra mana until now.
So I know they have a land on top as well. 4 mana early on for Zach Dubin. There's a Dragon Skull Summit, and there is a Krenko Mob Boss on the top there as well. So plenty of stuff to do. It looks like we probably go with the Chieftain right here and just start putting some pressure on.
Yeah, so I like making use of Snoop's Chieftain. Snoop has the ability of Krenko on top of the deck, so I want to see cast Chieftain and activate Snoop to put a bunch of goblins in play.
Is there a possibility, though, that he seems he's taking his time? Does he want to throw Thoughtseize out here instead of going with the Chieftain?
Yeah, I think Hawkins could do that, but I like jamming here, though it might not be the correct play.
You get the feeling that maybe he wants to, he's going to throw out the Thoughtseize to absorb some counter magic if there is any in there. And we see Hydrate Krasis and Shark Typhoon is now sitting on the side of Zach Dubin. Which one are we taking?
So they're both pretty similar, to be honest. They both make a big flyer and draw some cards. So I do like taking the flash threat here. But you have to imagine that Shark Typhoon Krasis is not what Hawkins wanted to see when he cast Thoughtseize, because that means that he would have been better off that turn just playing the Chieftain and slamming. But he made a judgment call there, and he's still ahead in this on this board.
Yeah, so no pressure of the life total, but did develop. They messed with their opponent's hand. They made another 1/1. They're going to hit their 4th land drop and have some things to play right after that. Here comes a Hydrate Krasis for 3, so only going to draw 1, but still a 3/3 is a nice thing to have there.
Yup, and is that okay? So he gave himself the upkeep stop in case he wanted to activate the Snoop, which he did. So that's a pretty heads-up play. So now with Zach tapped out, he can play the Chieftain and get in for a bunch, or he can look to generate more card advantage with his Ringleader.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm interested to see what comes down on this one. There's a lot. This is kind of what we talk about. Even though this is an aggro deck, there's so many very, very important decisions that you make that can really decide a game for you.
Yeah, and I'm not honestly the hugest fan of playing aggro decks, but I do appreciate that a lot of the options nowadays in Historic and even older formats like Pioneer, the aggro decks have so many options. It's not like curve 1, 2, 3 and kill your opponent, although that's also a good strategy. But you have decisions you need to make that will meaningfully affect the board state.
Fabled Passage comes out. We saw some tap for mana. I wonder if this is a Nissa turn, or if there's something else in the hand that they might, if they have any of those 2 copies of Cry of the Canarium, those would be huge right now as well.
Okay, I was gonna say for a sec that it looked like an anxious manual tapping for a Nissa, just to make sure that the auto tapper doesn't mess you up there. But okay, this is actually better. Is it? I guess Zach has to choose between the Chieftain and the other creatures.
It's Chieftain, because Chieftain is 3 mana. The Snoop is 2. If you go with the 2, you're killing off your Krasis, and they go with the odd.
Okay, so yeah, these exchanges are honestly pretty favorable for Hawkins. Zach is sort of stable right now with a 3/3 blocker, but he has nothing to stop Hawkins from getting ahead with his card advantage engines like Ringleader and Muxus and Krenko. I mean, all 3 of which he has in hand right now.
And now all goblins have haste on top of that.
Are we gonna see? Is he gonna go for the Muxus here?
We're gonna go for it.
I could. Okay. I mean, I'm trying to see if he can go Krenko into Muxus, but okay. I mean, Hawkins is a really good Goblins player, so I trust him.
So now that comes down, and now it's time for Muxus, and now we get to see the roll again of what is going to come off of the top of the deck here. We know one of them is a land because we can see the top of the deck, but now he's going to sacrifice these goblins. Look at the development here from Conan Hawk. So he's going to this is his shot. He's going to take a shot right here, and he's going to ask Zach to have an answer for it. But even then, all the goblins have haste. He can close this thing out.
I mean, Brasky, I think if you're playing something as chaotic as Goblins, you should just hit the auto pay and, not pay attention to which Goblins Skirk Prospector sacks for mana. But, I mean, kidding aside, he is locking up this game.
It goes. A lot of hasty goblins, a lot of development. We basically saw it's okay, which goblin do you want to hit? Do you want to hit Krenko? Do you want to hit Muxus? Do you want to hit Goblin Chieftain? And, Conan Hawk just says, why not everything? Let's just get all the goblins.
The game ended in pretty spectacular fashion, but I do want to highlight the spots where Hawkins. I do want to highlight the spots where Hawkins made meaningful decisions. He cast that Thoughtseize instead of getting more ahead on board, and it might not have been the most rewarding play, but it looks like he knows exactly what he needs to win a game versus a control deck.
Absolutely. So there you go. Eric Hawkins moving on to the finals, and now we'll get to see who is going to meet him there. Is it going to be Caroline Kavanagh or Umberto Batarca? Is it going to be Gruul Aggro or Mono Black Godpharaoh's Gift? And we're going to jump into that match right now to see who's going to come out victorious on this realm. So if we jump in, we see Bone Crusher Giants and Pelt Collector, Land of War Elves, and we see looks like Lazotep Reaper making some amass tokens as well. Godpharaoh's Gift is on the battlefield, so I see Embercleave and a few other spots. This is going to be a big spot right here.
Yeah, I guess in what is a pretty interesting trend for our coverage, we do seem to be jumping into matches at crucial times. So I want to see how Caroline, chooses to line up her blocks, and we're going to definitely see an Embercleave this turn. Oh, wait, I guess not. No. The elf stayed back, so we're not going to be... Oh, we can, because...
No, we have. Land of War Elves will take care of that.
So, do you go for more damage and the giant, or do you put it on the Pelt Collector and kill the 4/4?
That's a really big question right here. And so we're going to see, it looks like they're leaning towards the Pelt Collector, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Now the Embercleave goes back down, and they can equip it later.
Yeah, so without having access to Caroline's graveyard, in the middle of the game, we're not exactly sure what the best thing she can bring back is. But with Godpharaoh's Gift in play, there has to be something interesting. There has to be something juicy that she can bring back.
Now, let's not forget that she not up on the board, and the pressure is there with Embercleave. But she's got card advantage. She's got ways to escape. She's got Godpharaoh's Gift down there. It's still a lot of interesting decisions to be made right there for Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. She has a lot of options. So. Okay, let's see what she goes with. Fiend Artisan is always great against Gruul. You can you can lean on its activated ability to get a creature from your library, but it's also just a huge beater.
It is a 6/6. So what exile? What comes back out? Mire Triton comes down. That's going to help gain some life and put more into the graveyard as well.
Yep. It's not the most exciting thing to bring back, but it's still a 4/4, and it is going to chip away at Deckbauer's life total here. This is Patarka, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now the Earthshaker Kenra comes down. So a target creature with power less than or equal to Earthshaker Kenra's power cannot block this turn when it enters the battlefield.
So Patarka is in a pretty tough spot here. Caroline is over 20 life, so the Embercleave plan, is not necessarily going to work out. So it's up to Patarka to figure out how best to weather the Godfarer's Gift Storm, and if he's going to be able to chip in for damage at the same time. But he's kind of constrained on mana, so it's going to be difficult.
It's going to be very difficult to see what they can do here. It's like the Kenra looks to be the play right now. What is a card that Umberto needs to help in this matchup? Is it something like getting a Robber of the Rich right off the top? Is that going to help at this situation, or is there some type of removal that would help? I'm not exactly sure where they can swing this game to their advantage of them winning.
So unfortunately for Patarka, at this stage of the game with the Godfarer's Gift in play, there's no one card that he can draw to win the game. I mean, look at this. Like, the best card in his deck, Embercleave, is already in play, and it kind of looks a bit sad against the steady stream of 4/4s and 7/7s now. So he's gonna have to deal with this board through combat.
And as we see, Mighty Linguini, Caroline Kavanagh already up one game in this matchup, 1-0. So Godfarer's Gift is going to trigger. We're going to see something else come out of the graveyard and into play. It's a Ravenous Chupacabra, which is going to be some nice removal.
Looks like she saved the best hit for last. This deck
came out, and then the dog on the right just went nuts. The dog came in. The dog on the right said, "Hey, awesome, that's my buddy."
Yeah. I wonder if that's a little programmed Easter egg or something. So this is a lethal attack. Oh, okay. Well, it's super lethal.
It's beyond normal lethal. It's super lethal.
It's mega through blockers lethal.
Look at that. The life total goes down. The portrait explodes, and it is an all Swagoi final. I'm super happy. I'm very happy for our teammates out there that we see both Caroline Kavanagh and Eric Hawkins are going to be moving on to the finals, which means it's going to be Mono Black Godfarer's Gift against Rakdos Goblins to decide who is going to win this Arena Community Cup. And hats off to our friends for putting together really cool lineups, really good sideboard strategies. And now 2 of our teammates are in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, the team, our last team meeting, when we discussed making sure that 2 of our players made the finals so that 2 of our other players could cast them, I think that was a great meeting. It worked out. So I think we're done here. We did all we needed to do. We can just sit back and relax and enjoy the finals.
We're going to hang back. We're going to be totally fine going on from there. So, I think we'll take a brief break before we jump into the finals, and we'll get Hayu in here for the end spot. But I do have to say, Nick, not to toot our own horns, but it really, I think we're the reason that they're in the finals. I think my vast knowledge of the historic metagame, I think our commentating in general really pushed them to the top echelon and got them to the finals, right?
I mean, I'd like to think that I'm a completely unbiased, impartial caster here, and so are you. But I mean, we're kind of crushing it as a team.
That's very true. We're crushing it on the broadcasting side of things. Our teammates are crushing it, getting to the finals as well. And we know that if you want to crush your opponents, whether it is that you want to be getting paper cards, or if you're going to be looking for ways to play on MTG Online or any other spot, you can get those cards and some subscriptions and a whole bunch of other things by going to themythicstore.com, which is, of course, the store, part of the Mythic Society. And, of course, the Mythic Society sponsors this awesome Arena Community Cup, and we will get to see this finals matchup between Caroline Kavanagh and Eric Hawkins coming up in just a little bit. So stay tuned for the finals.
Society.
Reset Oil promo to Real.
Hello, my friends. The year is 2020. The month is August. This is the Mythic Society Arena Community Cup, and we are about to head into the finals. My name's Haya, and I'm here with Sugoi team member Nick Price, and we are about to bring you something very special. It's an all Sugoi final. We are going to have Caroline Kavanagh. Caroline today, as we've been seeing all day on the very innovative, very cool, historic Oni mono black Godfarer's Gift list, with her opponent Eric Hawkins on Rakdos Goblins, another very found Oni and historic list. Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I am medium excited about two of our teammates making the finals, but I'm more excited about these two cool and, as you said, like historic, like unique to historic decks. We do see Goblin decks in other formats, but I think both these decks are very historic exclusive the way they play out.
Yeah, and just looking, thinking about these two synergy-based decks, some people might think that Godfarer's Gift very easily disruptible, or by some graveyard hate, or mono red aggro disruptible by say Grafdigger's Cage, but we've not actually seen that come to pass today.
Something that both of these decks have in common is that they approach the game from like so many angles that it's just difficult to find a way to beat them, because both of these decks can win by attacking, but they also have this unbeatable end game.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to go down to the action. We are going to be watching the finals from the point of view of Caroline Kavanagh. That's going to be lined up for you in just a second.
Yeah,
so
Caroline
Nick,
just crushing this tournament like a majestic moose, rampaging across the Canadian countryside.
Canadian prairies we have.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The Canadian steppes, if you will.
Canadian steppes. I think Canadian tundra maybe is a little bit more of an accurate.
Yeah, that's fair. I've never been there. Yeah.
Yeah, although of course mono black not really in need of either blue or white mana. It was a tundra joke.
Sure. I got it. Yeah.
I mean, sure. You need to give that joke the respect it deserves, Nick. Or you're
I'll give that joke. I'll give that joke all due respect.
All right, let's see whether our production crew has got this got this match online before we descend into too much of a hellish furnace of bad jokes and Sugoi self-congratulation. So, but before we jump down into the finals here, Nick, what do you think? What's the one takeaway for you from this weekend of tournaments going into the next couple of weeks of Historic?
Well, I have several thoughts and several feelings about the format, but for me, what really stood out was that the printing of Amonkhet, the digital publishing of Amonkhet Remastered, and the most recent bannings like Teferi and Field of the Dead have really opened up the format to different strategies, and you love to see that. Yeah,
I've got to agree with you there, Nick. I think it's very, very nice and very refreshing after so many months of the format being dominated by specific powerful cards such as your Field of the Dead, such as your Wilderness Reclamation, to finally, it seems, be at a place where the metagame feels healthy, feels diverse, it feels fun, and it certainly to me feels like all of the decks that we've seen today make the top 8 or do well in this tournament. I'm thinking in particular of, your Mono Blue Tempo, your Goblins decks, your Control decks.
Gruul Aggro.
Gruul Aggro. Like, in each of these decks, they each have very complex game plans. Like, we're not just here saying, oh, I'm going to throw my burn spells at you, and you're going to throw your planeswalkers at me, and we'll see what happens. It's a bit more than that.
I mean, one concern that I think a lot of players had about Historic was that it would just be standard with a few additional powerful cards. But with the latest printings, I think the card pool is big enough for there to be a lot of interesting strategies, and you can make different choices with your removal, with your synergy pieces. So I think the format's in a great place right now.
All right. So Nick, if you were to enter a tournament tomorrow, what is your pick for deck you'd take?
So I kind of like the where Zach Dubin took the Sultai deck. We did actually discuss the deck after I played it in yesterday's tournament, and we did sort of come to the conclusion that Shark Typhoon would be a great add to help protect Planeswalkers, to pressure opposing Planeswalkers. So if I were entering something tomorrow, I would probably bring a Sultai deck with 4 Shark Typhoons like Zach did. How about you?
It's a difficult one for me. I think before today, I would have definitely heavily considered Bant. But I think where Bant really suffers is the lack of Nissa Who Shakes the World. So I think I'd probably be exploring possibly a build of Bant that plays Nissa, or like you say, I like this look of the Sultai list a lot, but it's hard to escape the allure of the mono black Godfarer's Gift deck. That deck is so cool.
Yeah, can I pitch a deck idea real quick? So
Okay.
you want to try Nissa and Teferi in a Bant deck. So why not play 4 copies of both in a Yorion Bant deck? Whoa,
That's a lot.
you are distinctly unenthused.
It just sounds like a lot,
Yeah, like it's just so much to deal with.
I have seen, some Yorion lists running around. We haven't seen them in this weekend's tournaments very much, but there are enchantment-based Yorion value decks running around on the ladder as well.
That's yet another interesting direction to explore. I think we found a really good Lurrus deck. The Rakdos Pyromancer archetype is pretty cool, but we haven't really explored what Yorion can do in Historic since the format was shaken up.
Yeah, and I've definitely seen some pretty innovative lists out there, making use of cards such as Trial of Ambition.
Ooh, sweet.
Yeah, it's a nice one when you can be flickering that over and over again. All right, looks like we are just about nearly maybe ready to go down to the finals. Players getting ready, in the changing rooms, getting their last minute pep talk from their coaches, towel around the neck, ready to enter the ring.
I mean, like, who's our team director or manager giving the pep talk to? Like, are they both in the same locker room?
Yeah,
getting the same pep talk.
Yeah,
okay.
They're getting the same or
in
they're
the same
just
Discord
facing
call.
each other, and the coach is just speaking to one and then turning around and speaking to the other one.
They're giving each other a pep talk, for efficiency, for the sake of efficiency.
Oh yeah, just cut out the middleman.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So, we're gonna do it wrestling style. In the red corner, we have Eric Conanhawk Hawkins on Rakdos Goblins, and in the blue corner, the mighty Linguini, Caroline Kavanagh herself on Mono Black Godfarer's Gift. Let's go down to the finals.
All right, I'm excited.
Fiend, Artisan, Lazotep Reaver, and Gate to the Afterlife in the opening hand here for Caroline.
I'm kind of interested in finding a hand with a 1-drop, but this hand has a lot of the pieces you want in the Godfarer's Gift deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if she kept this.
Yeah, Lazotep Reaver providing not only 1 but 2 bodies, and it's kind of crucially in this deck 2 zombie bodies for some of the synergies to go off.
Yeah, so neither of these 2-drops are going to be particularly effective at getting creatures into the graveyard, but that's why you play cards like Maya Triton and Stitcher's Supplier, which look terrible but have a very clear purpose in the deck.
Yeah, this little Maya Triton definitely doing more than its fair share of work in this kind of reanimation strategy. 6, of course, the magic number for number of creatures we want to get in the graveyard before that Gate to the Afterlife can be activated. As that for Conan Hawk, turn 1 Skirk Prospector, exactly where the Goblins deck wants to be.
Yeah, this is one of those starts that, I mean, this is the start that should give Caroline a little bit of pause. You know, I know for a fact that Caroline plays a lot of goblins as well. In fact, you know, I think that's what she would have brought if she hadn't found this GPG deck. So she's going to be well aware of what Hawkins can play in the next 2 or 3 turns.
Just a tap land on turn 2 for Conan Hawk. Skirk Prospector, still the only creature out on the battlefield.
It's going to be interesting to see what Caroline decides to play this turn. I mean, do you want to get the gate out as early as possible, or do you want to fill your graveyard a bit more?
Yeah, this 3 mana turn, a little bit awkward. You'd imagine, especially with these 2 extra copies of Phyrexian Tower in hand.
Yeah, that's awkward for sure.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but Maya Triton, of course, also does gain a little bit of life, a little bit of utility against these aggressive strategies.
Yeah, you know, it's a surprisingly effective tool for the deck to get creatures into the graveyard while also, you know, providing a Death Touch blocker. It can draw cards with a Crypt Breaker. I mean, I admire Triton.
Yep, that is the length of pause that was correct to follow that. That joke. A little bit of a pause here for Conan Hawk as well, actually. A little bit of a slower start than we are used to from this Goblin deck. Just the Goblin Matron on turn number 3, but that is going to fetch Muxus Goblin Grandee from the deck.
It's really scary though, because I mean, it's scary for Caroline because even a slow draw like this will be able to cast Muxus on turn 4 if Eric has the land.
Wow, yeah, Skirk Prospector doesn't look like a lot when it's just sitting there being a 1/1, but can certainly power out these big plays out of the Goblins deck. Big plays, not something you usually think about as in connection with Goblins, but this deck able to do things. Fiend Artisan is actually going to be activated here, sacrificing off this Maya Triton. This is a play we've seen a couple of times already today from Caroline. Ravenous Chupacabra being fetched out of the library, taking care of that Skirk Prospector, highly aware of the danger of Muxus.
Yeah, so I really like this play of being proactive by fetching up the Chupacabra. It kind of cuts off the the best case scenario for Conan Hawk, where he plays the Muxus on turn 4, so he'll have to wait like 1 or 2 additional turns.
And just while Conan Hawk takes a little bit of time to consider his turns here, I'm going to need your judgment as to the John Avon Mountain versus borderless unset swamp debate.
Well, I think both players' basic land games are pretty strong. What do you think of their sleeves?
I like both players' sleeves a lot as well. So I think it's pretty at parity in terms of the bling game here between these two teammates. But you'll notice Caroline Kavanagh does have that Bolt Hound pet.
Ooh, okay. The Bolt Hound pet is a good shout, and she also has the mythic card style for a Fiend Artisan. So I think she's probably a little bit ahead.
Right.
Not only in the style points game, but is she ahead on the board? Probably not at the moment.
Well, the second Goblin Matron getting Skirk Prospector does mean that Muxus is online for next turn. This turn, Caroline using up the mana from 1 copy of Phyrexian Tower and then playing out the second one, trying to string something together here with this Gate to the Afterlife.
Yeah, I haven't been able to keep track exactly of how many creatures are in the graveyard, but a good hit with the Stitcher Supplier could have Yeah, okay, so she answered our question. She's going to be able to put the Godfarer's Gift in play before Hawkins can get the Muxus.
And so, of these two big, synergistic decks, we are seeing the Godfarer's Gift deck come out slightly ahead, being able to get the engine online a turn earlier, and this Ravenous Chupacabra doing double duty here, taking out 2 Skirt Prospectors, and this is a huge attack in now.
Yeah, so Caroline was able to both further her own game plan and put her most powerful card into play while also disrupting Eric's game plan. So having gotten rid of the 2 mana goblins, I think Conan Hawk's prospects don't look good this game.
Goblin War Chief now for Conan Hawk. Just a pair of Goblin Matrons on the battlefield, and there's Wily Goblin. So the treasure meaning that there is a guaranteed Muxus coming out next turn.
Ooh.
Massacre Worm, the draw for Caroline.
And another Gate to the Afterlife. I mean, she has some good options, though. I guess Massacre Worm is for next turn.
Well, it would be interesting to see whether Caroline does reserve this Massacre Worm for next turn, because there is a world in which she can loot it into the graveyard using that Gate to the Afterlife, but we shall see whether she prefers to have that effect later.
Oh, okay. Yep. The way the cards work. Yeah, she's just able to get the Massacre Worm in play this turn.
Wow. Double Godfarer's Gift on the battlefield for Caroline Kavanagh. Massacre Worm, the first hit. That's going to do a number on Conan Hawk's library.
Insane.
A number of triggers on the stack. Jesus, this deck is nuts.
What is this? Historic Brawl?
Oh, Conan Hawk down to -16 in that huge attack, and we are going to game number 2 here. Whew.
I mean, I did not see that that lethal angle right away. So fair play to Caroline for knowing the lines that her deck can go down pretty intimately.
Yeah, Caroline definitely piloting this deck very, very tightly, very well today, going 6-1 in the Swiss, and of course making it all the way to the finals. And we've watched some of her matches today, and many of them have been 2-0. This deck really showing its strength.
Yeah, so I think that game has given us some interesting insight into how the matchup could play out. So both Goblins and Godfarer's Gift are really explosive decks with a good aggro plan as well as inevitability. But it looks like Godfarer's Gift is a bit more well equipped to disrupt the Goblins' game plan than vice versa. So as you can see, the Ravenous Chupacabra was really key there to slowing Eric down before he could drop the Muxus on turn 4.
Just looking at the sideboard now, Caroline bringing in 3 copies of Grafdigger's Cage and 2 copies of Heartless Act, and we see some of the smaller 2-drops being sided out. Do you think there's a danger in siding out too many creatures?
Yeah, the deck is built, I think, so that you can safely cut maybe 4 to 6 creatures, maybe one, up to 8. But you do risk diluting your game plan by bringing in too many spells.
I'm just having a look at Conan Hawk's sideboard as well. 4 copies of Leyline of the Void, as well as 1 copy of Scrabbling Claws, so 5 pieces of Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, it's almost as if Eric wanted to come to the table equipped to deal with Caroline's deck.
The dangers of your teammates knowing what you're going to play as we look at the opening hand here in game number 2. Let's see whether Caroline can take this one down in straight sets, or whether we'll get a decider here between the 2 players.
Oh, wow. That was a great mulligan. I would have been tempted to keep the first hand because, it had some stuff, it had early plays, but Caroline showing her discipline and mulliganing into a much better hand. Oh,
Oh,
ooh, okay.
turn 0 Leyline of the Void for
So that's
Conan.
how it's gonna be, huh?
We also see Plague Bear, a very spicy one-off sideboard card coming in Caroline's opening hand here. But we have seen Caroline today beat Leyline of the Void in a previous matchup, so we'll see whether she can do that again. Wily Goblin, the turn 2 play for Conan Hawk.
Yeah, so Crypt Breaker is one of the reasons that this deck is so resilient. I mean, look at this. Eric was probably so happy to put his Leyline of the Void into play to stop the graveyard shenanigans, but Caroline just has a perfectly functional hand that doesn't need the graveyard at all to win this game.
Krenko Mob Boss coming down on turn 3. No haste just yet, though, for that creature, so isn't going to be able to start making goblins this turn.
No, no haste Lord for Eric, and unfortunately for him, the Crypt Breaker is going to generate a pretty sizable advantage before he can untap and possibly deal with it.
Crypt Breaker, such a key card in this matchup, and Lazotep Reaver, the little 2-drop that could from War of the Spark, making 2 zombie bodies, perfectly synergizing here with that Crypt Breaker.
Yeah, and then like further synergy, the useless Gate to the Afterlife can just be discarded to make a 2/2 zombie. It's great.
Stitches Supply milling 3 basic swarms off the top of the library as well for Caroline Kavanagh. Must be nice. As we see Wily Goblin come down.
Okay, so Caroline's gonna, I think, take a little bit of a hit here if Eric doesn't mind throwing some tokens into Caroline's blockers, but she's gonna be able to wipe the board pretty much. Okay, so Eric chose not to go for an attack, which is pretty disciplined because he must be aware of the Plague Mare. So I like how both players played out this turn cycle.
Yeah, the Plague Mare, it's something I haven't seen a lot since M19 Limited, but does give all of your opponent's creatures -1/-1 until the end of turn when it comes down.
It's a bit of tit for tat. I mean, Eric's coming to the finals with a Leyline of the Void, so Caroline's like, yeah, fine, it's gonna be like that. Here's my Plague Mare.
Meanwhile, Crypt Breaker just continuing to do Crypt Breaker things, drawing cards, and we're actually going to see kind of a grindy one here between our two players. I'd love to see this.
Oh yeah. There's a chance that this game could be as grindy, if not grindier, than some of the control mirrors we saw during the Swiss portion.
Wow, look at this. Phyrexian Tower doing its best impression of an ancient tomb here. And the second one coming out as well, making 4 black mana. And this is a massacre.
What in the world?
Only 3 lands on the battlefield.
Wow, I mean... I wonder if the Crypt Breaker's gonna attack into the Krenko.
What is the Goblins deck supposed to do against this Massacre Worm?
I think we'll see fairly soon what the Goblins deck is gonna do up against the Massacre Worm.
Just gonna be a tapped blood.
Oh my goodness.
Chupacabra as well.
Caroline, just bullying Eric.
Oh my goodness.
As she is wont to do.
An embarrassment of riches here for Caroline, and Conan Hawk can only, activate this Krenko, making a couple of 1/1s, but wow.
If you have a bunch of zombies in play, is that an embarrassment of stitches?
People can't see the camera right now, but I've turned to look at the camera. Viewers, Twitch chat. I'm
don't encourage
looking at
me, I
you
guess.
breaking the fourth wall, trying to.
No, it went over great. I'm sure.
For my situation.
I mean, that joke went over about as great as Eric's game 2 did. So.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it went over also about as great as Eric's game 1 did, being stopped in his tracks by Ravenous Chupacabra, a very, very hungry dog indeed, as this Massacre Worm comes in with murderous intent here. Here is Presenting Lethal. Presenting Lethal, of course, the name of this Team Sugoi new latest album. And, that's going to be a GG from Codenhog. Wow, Caroline Kavanagh, dominating performance from her and the Mono Black Godfarer's gift deck. Many congratulations to her for taking this one down 2-0. Nick, were you expecting it to play out this easily for Caroline?
I mean, first of all, can we get some moose in chat, maybe? And second, I was not expecting such a comprehensive beating on one side. Like, I was expecting a little bit more interaction, but I mean, Eric brought in a hate card. Caroline brought in the Massacre Worm. One of them was good, one of them wasn't, and that's how that's what decided that game too.
Yeah, this Godfarer's gift deck really looking like it's not going anywhere. Certainly in the current metagame, where people maybe aren't quite as prepared for it, maybe don't quite have as many answers as they need. But even when they do have the answers, as we saw just now with the 4 Ley Lines of the Void out of Nick's deck, and also so out of Eric's deck, and also earlier on out of Max's deck, and Caroline really not caring very much.
Yeah, so that really just showed why this Godfarer's gift deck is a great option. It has that crazy end game, but at the same time, it can just play a game where it draws cards with Crypt Breaker, it scries with Woe Strider, sets up its draws. Like, it can play a fair game.
All right. Well, that's all she wrote. That's all the action we have here today for you from the Mythic Society Arena Community Cup. Caroline Kavanagh, many congratulations to her taking down the finals and really coasting through the tournament today. Just the one loss in the Swiss, and otherwise a very smooth sailing for her. And also many congratulations and well done to everybody who made the top 8. That hugely interesting, fun, and diverse metagame. And I hope you had a great time today, Nick.
Oh yeah, it was great. Like, I mean, I appreciate being able to join the coverage team. I saw some awesome matches, but in the end, I mean, the 7-mana artifact took it down, and it will probably be known from now on as the Pog Pharaoh's Gift.
All
okay,
right,
well, that was the last one.
If people, if some of our viewers want to connect with you on the internet, if they want to get more high-level tomfoolery content from you, where can they do that?
Yeah, that's me, Decklists and tomfoolery. They can find me at InixtradMTG on Twitter.
All right. So Nick Innistrad MTG on Twitter, and if you want to get in touch with me and let me know about anything to do with historic or what you want to see on these Mythic Society tournaments, do get in touch as well. I'm at Nifette on Twitter, NIPHETTE, and all that's left to say is thank you, Nick, thank you to Brasky earlier who
thank you,
was joining us. Thank you. Most of the coverage. Thank you to Sidetrack, our producer, and of course Mythic Society and Pascal for hosting this tournament and so many awesome tournaments throughout the calendar in this time. So we will see you next time here on the Mythic Society channel, and in the meantime, take care.
Yeah.